am just trying to get my quality options now. So if you're hearing this on the VOD, hey, great. That means it worked. And I think the hey, great probably already indicated. Just as soon as you've arrived, it's done. Yeah, nothing quite that drastic, Angry Cat 365. So, yeah, I mean, you have to be basically in right at the start to sometimes see this, but Twitch is actually pretty inconsistent in terms of giving out the quality options. Now, people who watch the VODs, people who come in early know that I like to give people a chance to sort of come into the stream and not miss too much. So, and I just tend to talk quite a bit anyway. And I know some people like that, and some people would prefer if I just shut up and play the game. But you know, there's no real science behind the 10 minutes. It just happens to be that I tend to notice that is where I become self-conscious about not playing the game. I'm waiting for the game to load, by the way, so apologies if you're stuck with the main screen for a bit. But yeah, it just happens to be that point where I start getting a little self-conscious. I tend to notice that there's a little bit more of a pulse inside of the chat around that point. I should actually probably sit down. So YouTube actually gives you some pretty good measurements in terms of when people sort of tune in and tune out of videos. But one particular challenge that I've been facing is because Twitch has been not the most consistent in terms of delivering. Oh, thank you, Angry Cat. It's one. So I think you've probably heard enough people, or you heard me enough times, sort of say that I'm working on projects in the background, and I don't always say too much about what's happening. It's because it's stuff like that. Like, you don't want to tell people that oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Mad King. There it is. What is taking so long? All right. My system resources are kind of overused. It's not Cloudpunk that's doing it. I should be able to free a little bit up. We'll make this work though. All right, so I seem to recall that the game was a little bit I seem to recall the game was a little bit loud, so I'm just gonna take the temperature off a little bit. Am I doing okay for the game to voice volume? This will actually be a much better use of the starting few minutes. So anyways, Mad King Brunos, thank you very much for 15 months of subscription. I did see your Twitter message, so I think you should be able to find me on Origin. If you send me your Origin username, I will also add you there. We can definitely work out the details at the time. I'm not too worried about it turning out, but thank you for getting in touch. An Angry Cat, yeah, so I mean, the trick about it was I defined conversion before you came in, as far as I can tell. So I'm very conscious about using specialized terms when there's the possibility that people may not necessarily understand them. And so at the very start, I gave, in like, I think it was the first two slides, I sort of said, you know, what would the ideal version of this method be? And I basically said that you would follow everyone who wishlists your game. You would see which of those wish lists turn into sales. And then I said, you know, for this presentation, I'm going to use the term convert, a conversion from a wish list to a sale. And that was the point where everybody kind of gained the common understanding. But of course, the drawback is that it's a 20-minute presentation, and if people aren't there to get that definition within the first 5 minutes or so, you know, you don't have any hope of understanding what I'm talking about, because I'm using a special term that maybe isn't so clear. I feel like the game might be a little too loud still. Am I still coming through okay for everybody? And yeah, so I don't think you should feel too foolish about that at all. And I'm glad that chat helped you out. I actually didn't realize that you were in until after the presentation because I didn't have my Twitch chat up. And then when I was talking to the Twitch chat, I had to sort of go from the bottom up, and so I only saw your messages after I'd finished the talk. But thank you for stopping by and watching that. And for those of you wondering what I am talking about, Angry Cat got a chance to watch me do a presentation at the local game dev collective called Dirty Rectangles. And on it I gave a talk about a measure of wish list quality. So for those of you who are maybe not familiar with it, the wish lists are a really big thing. In fact, wish lists have been a thing for a while. I guess demos are like the new hotness, but like wish lists were a really big thing because they were sort of an indication in terms of what kind of sales you'd be getting. You get a certain number of wish lists and you're likely to get on the new and trending. And Jake Burkett, who is a game developer, he's the guy who did Shadowhand and Regency Solitaire, a lot of really good games. I think the most recent game that they published was Ancient Enemy. But he's done a lot of really good work in terms of measuring sort of some estimates in terms of the wishlist conversion rates, ones that'll convert to a sale, as well as sort of an estimate in terms of how many sales in your first week are or maybe it's the first 4 week. Anyways, it's kind of this indication in terms of what your annual sales are going to be based on this first little batch. And the numbers actually work out pretty well. Mike Rose from No More Robots did a GDC talk where he sort of expanded on that. Jake's done some follow-up work. And I think one thing that's happened is that a lot of people have been taking his estimates as sort of these very fixed or sort of these immutable laws of selling games on Steam. And of course, there are no immutable laws to selling games on Steam, particularly indie games. And so I know Jake's actually written, he kind of talks about the cargo cult of wish lists that has emerged. And I think it's fair because, I mean, like, this seems to go through different phases, right? For a while it was, if only I can get on Steam, then I'm going to make X number of dollars. And that was true for a while because it wasn't an open platform. You know, if you wanted to go and get a video game, you'd go on Steam. And there was a while when these, indies would show up and people were looking for something different. And because it was kind of really the only thing like that, they did very well. Now, that doesn't mean that those games weren't good. I mean, obviously there are some very successful careers that have been launched off of that period. But I can also remember, I won't say who this is because it's possible. I mean, they are a local, right? So I don't want to be too unkind. But I do remember a conversation with someone where they were talking about, even if I only sell, I think it was something like 2,000 units or that, I'll wipe out my student loans within the, a year of graduation. And it's like, no, I don't fault anybody. I'm paying off student loans. Like, I don't fault anybody for wanting to do that. But how many jobs can you think of where you put in like 3 to 6 months of work and you clear your student loans? The idea of going on Steam and the being on Steam resulting in, 4 figures of sales. Not only that, but like 4 figures of sales within the first little while of it being launched is not really a really big one. There were some other things about price, but if I go too far, then it's going to identify who it was. So like, I really fell for the guy. I tried to sort of push back a little bit and say, maybe there are some other considerations, but it was kind of clear where that conversation was going. So I don't make games. Like I'm not really in a position to say, I mean, I might know a thing or two about markets, but like, I'm not really in a position to tell people like what indie dev is. But basically what that talk was my effort to try and contribute to that conversation, because a lot of people are now sort of talking about wishlist quality. And what seems to be happening is this idea of wishlist quality is a very binary thing. of did someone convert or did someone not convert. And in reality, people have really different perspectives about what they want to get out of a game and what the value of a game is. And it's maybe not so helpful to just reduce things down to someone who bought or didn't buy, because the difference between buying it at like 90% off or buying it on day one can mean the difference between keeping the lights on or not. And so that developer had given me their sales information, their wish list information, and I put together that presentation based off of that. Now, for those of you, I mean, obviously I'm talking to a lot of you, and only Angry Cat is the one who got to see that presentation. So that will be turned into a blog. You'll be able to read it. You'll actually probably be able to read it in a format that's a little bit better for understanding what's going on. It just so happens that that Angry Cat was there to catch some of the preliminary work. And the good news is it won't be hosted on my blog. It's actually going to be hosted on the developer's blog, which means that human beings will actually see it. So let's get on to the game. I do want to take a minute to introduce it because it is a developer who gave me a key for promotional purposes. I wanted to say it's Ion Storm. That's completely wrong. Ion Storm does not exist and has not existed for decades. But for those of you who play old games, if you'll sometimes see their logo pop up on some other ones. Oh, hey, how you doing, Night Valian? Guys, for those of you who don't know him, Night Valian's been doing some great work with Hitman 2. And I believe the original Hitman 2, not the thing that is currently being called Hitman 2. Great to see you again. Yeah, I do. I already have written rants, but not what. Excuse me. Not as many that. Sorry. Okay. Not as I don't get a big readership. There's one article on EA that got some readership. It's a good article on EA, by the way, which is probably the reason why people read it and got mad about it. But yeah, the developer will be hosting that because it's their game sales data, right? So doing some technical. Oh, wonderful! Thanks, Mad King Brutus, and thank you for your sub earlier. If you didn't get a chance to see it. How you doing, Nerds Made Xbox? I'm going to be jumping into the game in a second. I just got hit by indigestion, and then Night Valiant came in, and I wanted to talk up. Angry Cat, I just said that human beings will be able to read the blog. Not everybody reads my blogs. That's all that was happening. Is the stream breaking up for anybody else? And then there's 3 Headman's 2s? I had no idea. Anyways, sorry. I did want to introduce this game. So this is by a developer named Ion Lands. This game came out in April this year, so it's been out for a little while. They just got a big update with a sort of a first-person view of the cockpit. By the way, if the game is too loud, please let me know. I'm still trying to find out the best way to sort of home in on the right settings, but I think this is what I worked with last time. They did a game before this, released in 2017, called Phoning Home, but I did also want to just point out that Ion Lands was kind enough to send out a key for promotional purposes. And I've actually been really pleasantly surprised by the kind of people that this game has attracted. So I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the game. I'm glad that it's got a very active community. But for those of you that really like this atmosphere, like the music, or if you're looking for something to maybe be a little bit more relaxing, I think you could do worse than Cloudpunk. And I encourage you to either wishlist or buy the game, depending on what your circumstances are and what what your expectations are for a game. Dog AI, that's low-key me. All right, let's do continue game. I'm probably going to need a little bit of time to reacquaint myself with the cockpit, but by the way, I don't think there's a credits that you can access from the main game, so hopefully we'll get some credits by the end, but I don't have major expectations that we'll finish the game tonight.
I am your new Hava automata. Please say your name, sir.
Install new Automata custom personality. I have it on a data drive.
That will be 1,500 limbs for activation.
Charge it to Cloudpunk. How long will it take to...
Ah!
Camus, are you okay?
Yes. What happened? I was stolen.
We bailed you out on the data drive, and I found you in a puddle. Then Cloudpunk sprung for a new Hava.
It feels different. Bigger. I can think more clearly. This is an improvement.
Seems like it. I thought it would take a while to activate you. Did it feel like you were gone long?
Everything was black and I was floating. It was quiet.
Well, I'm glad you're back.
Me too. Being bored is better than being stolen. I wanted to ask a question.
What is it?
What happened to Mom?
You've been offline for a while, Camus. Mom isn't around anymore. Do you really want to know what happened?
Will it make me sad?
Yes.
Being a car is fun, but I am excited to get a new frame. Do I have to be a dog again?
Well, you don't have to be. You could be a cat.
Oh no.
I thought you would say that.
What about another animal? A bear or beep, beep?
Why are you beeping?
We are being called in by Cloudpunk for a Hova overhaul.
I thought Control said we could choose any Hava we wanted. Are they checking up on us?
I don't know. Beep. But we have a nav point and beep. The beeping is not stopping.
Fine. Let's just get to the nav point.
All right. So, okay, I do think this is starting to overwhelm me a little bit. So let's just push that a little bit further down. All right, I hope that's not too quiet for people. If I just ruined it, let me know, but I think with the ambient traffic noises, this is probably going to be a little too much. So, I think what I've enjoyed the most about this game, one of the reasons why I did this originally was to try and have something that would lower the temperature after the election, because the last time that I streamed something on an election day, it kind of turned into a counseling session. Damn it! So, again, I'm really happy that Ion Lands let me pick up a key, because, usually when you want to draw attention to a game, you want to do that when it's just freshly released. Doing it in, doing it after release, you kind of have to be a bigger name to really make it worthwhile for someone. So, I'm actually really, really happy that they took the shot.
What's wrong? Camus controls are frozen, and the doors are locked. We can't even land.
It hurts. They're holding us. It's...
Your vehicle is currently being locked down by CorpSec authority based on a data access violation. Please take your hand off your controls and deactivate your automata.
I am fighting. Ouch. I can try to...
It's no use, Camus. You'll just overheat your processor. Shut down for now.
But...
It'll be okay. Just go offline.
Custom Automata personality Camus now offline.
Your vehicle will be set on an automatic course for the nearest CorpSec debriefing center. Your next of kin shall be notified. If you have any corporate connections or exacerbating finance options available, now would be the time to notify us.
I've got no money and no friends here.
Very well. You will now be...
What the hell?
Good to see you're still moving, Rania. I've bailed you out here. I just used up some serious clock cycles on you today. My top hacker Rubric just bought you some time. Those CorpSec network protections were no match for his skills. You better move fast, though. If you can get to me in time, I might be able to clear out this mess for you.
Why are you doing this?
I've taken a liking to you. Now hurry on over. You must be worried about how you can pay me back for this. But I got good news for you. I thought of a favor you can do for me already.
That was a fun touch. Sounds like you're being thrown under the Hava. But yeah, so, I kind of learning the lesson from 4 years ago, I kind of had I had an idea about what I wanted to do, and this game sort of seemed to be appropriate. I was really struck by how much I liked it, though. Like, it's what I don't go into a game kind of expecting it to be something other than what I expect. That would clearly be a contradiction. But the atmosphere on it's really good. And I've maybe been struck by all of the little dilemmas that they set you up with. Like, I've really enjoyed sort of going around this world, experiencing things. And it's funny because in some ways I don't really think that this is the kind of game that I would normally have expected to enjoy from an independent developer. Like, if you think of something like, sorry, busy looking at chat. If you consider something like Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption, which are lots of fun to play, they're... Olaf, thank you very much for the host. How you doing tonight? I don't think I'm going to have a highway that I can get to, so let's just run across here. One of the things about them is that there's just this endless string of things to do. So, like, if you want to do an arm wrestle, if you want to do horseshoes or something like that, if you play a game like that, you can do it, but they have, like, legions of people to be able to make that stuff for you to do. A game by a smaller developer doesn't necessarily have, thousands of person hours to throw at, a bunch of little mini games for you to do. And yet, what I found in this game is that I've been able to kind of go around, do interesting things. Oh, that's right. I need to find a way in. I don't think there's a path from... Maybe there is. I'll give it a shot. But yeah, so what I think is most impressive about Cloudpunk to me is that it's given me this entire... It's kind of given me something like the GTA experience without having to throw the kitchen sink at it. It's just been a ton of interesting moments for me to run into in a really beautiful environment. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure if Iron Lands were to be given an infinite budget, they would be able to make an incredibly impressive sort of simulation to go through and sort of realize every last possible detail of this world. But what I think impresses me the most is just how much I've been able to do and... Basically, I've been able to sort of experience a lot of the stuff that I would normally associate with a game like that, but with I haven't had to pay a Grand Theft Auto price for it. They didn't have to use a Grand Theft Auto budget, and I think that's one of the things that's made this a really, kind of a really special experience. You have to appreciate the cops making a bribe option. Yeah, there've actually been a couple of cases of bribery. I don't know if you got a chance to watch the first streamer doing this, Angry Cat. But yeah, sorry to hear that you've been getting some lagging problems. All right, again, I got to find a way in. This might be it, but I got to find the parking spot that'll actually get me to this area. Now, Olaf, have you played this at all? I absolutely insist that this be your... Oh, you know what? I'm a little curious. So, like, you can see these reflections. I'm wondering if these are just kind of like a matte painting. Sorry, I don't know what the gaming term of it is, but like, like what you do in a movie. If this doesn't actually correspond to the world we're looking at. Yeah, I don't think that those clouds are moving at all. Again, ever since Mass Effect, I've been looking at ways that that games are very good at bamboozling me. Are those 4K puddles? If not, they're bad. You need your high definition puddles. those are some high quality. But I think what struck me was how good the reflections looked. I was like, wait a minute, how'd they do that? All right.
You brought me more juice?
No, Lomo is expecting me.
No juice, no jazz.
I'm not here for the jazz.
Unless you give me a reason you should get in, you ain't getting in.
Does Lomo know you're dealing at the door?
I'm not dealing. Just go in and keep your mouth shut.
I'm not dealing. You're dealing.
Where are you? I still don't feel good. Are you in danger? Can I help? Is it dangerous?
Yes, it's dangerous. I'm about to meet the most feared criminal in this city, and I have to watch what I say. I need to look cool, so stop calling me on the comm and asking if it's dangerous. Try to keep calm.
Yes, I am calm. Very calm.
Just wait for me. I'll sort this out as best I can. Then you should be unlocked and we can get out of here.
Angry Cat says, we took the cat off router and now it's better. Today I learned that cats are viable signal blockers. Angry Cat living up to his name. Okay, I gotta shout out Johnny big time here. So Johnny is kind of my... Johnny was the first person I thought of as soon as the character Camus showed up. Again, I could swear it's Camus, because I thought it was a reference to the philosopher, but maybe I've just been mispronouncing the philosopher. But as soon as I found out that your AI companion is a dog, so Johnny, you'll be pleased to know that basically this is my pet, which we had to get rid of the body, and so we only have its consciousness. But my AI companion is my actual dog. Yeah, for those of you who don't know him, Johnny's one of my favorite streamers on Twitch. I think he's playing Skyrim next, if I'm not mistaken. But he has a great love of dogs. In fact, some of his best clips are moments when he's rescuing or otherwise dispatching justice for mistreated dogs in video games. But yeah, absolutely lots of fun. And I'll admit, as soon as I saw Camus in the game, I was kind of hoping that Johnny would be inside, because I think he particularly will appreciate the character. Hey, it's Joe Pesci.
Rania, good to see you.
What's going on, Lomo? How did I get away from CorpSec?
Why is more relevant to your current situation?
You hacked CorpSec?
Not personally.
How can that be? CorpSec nets are way above the hardlines we can access down here.
This might not be obvious when you look at your surroundings, but I'm a man with significant resources, Rania. I can afford to purchase enough clock cycles from high-level mainframes to get work done when needed. Though, even I had enough second thoughts when I considered the costs involved to save you. But, of course, anything for a friend. I even put Rubric on the case. You've heard of him, of course?
I guess.
I have a lot of names. You'd be familiar with a few.
Rubric will even be helping with the favor I mentioned. Do you remember the favor?
What do you want?
I need someone I can trust to take a package through a null gate.
Why not just let CorpSec arrest me? Null gates scan a vehicle at the molecular level. That's the point. You can't smuggle anything through.
You have the shape of the problem in your mind, but you don't see the details. A null gate can't be fooled, but the person operating it can.
You don't need to know the technicalities, Rania. Suffice it to say, there are patterns which bring us to a higher state of consciousness. But there are also patterns which inhibit our thinking. These recurring, distracting patterns have been cropping up for the CorpSec gatekeepers across all their media feeds for some time now.
You hypnotize them?
That's an old-fashioned way of looking at it. Let's just say their attention has been diluted, and they are more likely to see what we want them to see.
I must be honest, Rania. The chances of you making it through are not 100%.
What percent are they?
About 42.5%.
Before you despair, Rania, know this. If you make this delivery, I'll be in a position to pardon you of your crimes. A clean slate is tempting, no?
And if I walk out of here?
Oh, Of course, I will completely understand. It is risky, I admit. But we will keep your vehicle. Scrap it for parts. You see, CorpSec are looking for it anyway. And though we won't tell CorpSec where to look for you, I'm afraid they won't struggle to find you. Your offense is not severe enough to send you to the colonies, but you won't work again.
I'll find some way to make money.
No doubt, Rania. I applaud your entrepreneurial spirit. But while you are looking for gainful employment, how long until the dead corp find you?
How do you know about... Fine, I'll do it.
Splendid. Now, about this package. They don't tell you what's in the package at Cloudpunk, do they? I'll tell you though, if you ask.
What am I delivering?
You're delivering hope, Rania. That package contains a potential cure for Pallet 3.0.
That's a computer virus, right?
I've said all I can say. Get running, little rabbit.
By the way, if I had Rubrik's voice, I would ask for a discount on everything I ever ordered. I'd also probably talk to myself like every day. But and how you doing, Zircom Zeus? And Angry Cat says, well, I need to give some need some geneticists to give dogs whiskers and make them perfect. If you can't walk out, probably won't walk anymore. Indeed. And where else? I've just been told that dogs already have whiskers. This makes me very happy.
First class luxury the whole way. Astria's Colony Tours. We'll take you so close to the stars, you'll feel like one.
I am nervous. Are you nervous? I am feeling very nervous. I am very surprised you are not nervous right now.
Please stop talking.
I will stop talking about how nervous I am now, even though I really am very nervous.
We'll be fine. The hacker guy, Rubrik, says the CorpSec officers won't even notice us.
I didn't like him.
Me neither, but we have to do this, Chemis. This guy Lomo seems to be a big deal. I don't think we can afford to let him down.
Maybe even after we do this favor, he will ask for even more favors.
Camus, sometimes you can say something clever, but it doesn't make things better. Do you understand?
No.
It's fine. Let's just get through the Null Gate, then we'll see what happens.
So the can you pet the dog Twitter, I feel like in this one it has to be can you slap the hood. This baby can hold so many cures for Pallid 3.0. Hello? Alright, looks like I gotta go up. Hopefully without getting smashed into anything.
Inspired flavorings and norepinephrine. Kickstar coffee. Kick the brain crowds away.
Coffee sounds like a great idea right now. Sorry guys, just 1 second. I'm getting my treat. Mind you, it's drinking coffee at this hour that probably had me feeling very groggy and late to start tonight, but that's fine. It's the weekend.
I'd like to come through.
You know this road leads to the Hollows.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a good reason for coming through here. What's your business?
I'm meeting a friend.
What's your friend's name?
Banks. Rob. Banks.
Why does Rob Banks live in the Hollows?
He doesn't live in the Hollows. We're just meeting there.
Why would you choose to meet in the Hollows?
We're musicians. Practice space is expensive, so we go out into the wasteland where we can play without disturbing anyone.
What do you play?
Flute. It's right here, see?
I've never seen one for real. It looks expensive.
So can I go through, or?
Well, I guess it should be fine. I'll tell the null gate operator to ignore the flute when we scan you. You know trade into and out of the hollows is forbidden, right? We'll let you off with the instrument, but you can't take anything else in there. This all you got? No contraband?
Only the flute, nothing else.
Okay, drive on.
We don't really know Rob Banks.
No one does. He's fictional.
Which instrument does he play?
Whichever you like best, Camus.
I like viola.
No one likes viola.
Please stay for a moment, miss. We need to talk with you.
Oh no, it has all gone wrong.
Shush, Camus. Keep your cool.
I have Senior Sector Officer Rio on my comm. He says you went through a security checkpoint earlier today. He wants to know why you're traveling around the city so much.
Is that illegal?
Look, miss, I just work the gates. But I have to tell you that attitude won't go down well with Officer Rio. Best just be upfront and tell us. Do you work for an illicit memchip manufacturer? Street racing team? An underworld gang named Block 4O? Or a delivery company like Cloudpunk?
Please, tell your boss I've never heard of any of them. I play private concerts and I'm very busy, so I travel around a lot.
One moment, please. Yes, sir. Yes, private concerts. She has a flute. Yes, I saw it. I'm about to check the scan, sir, but you called me before I looked at it. I know it's my responsibility. All right, sir.
So?
I'm just going to check the scan, then you're clear to go.
I'm sure it will be clear. I'm in kind of a rush.
I'm just going to check the scan, then you're clear to go.
Officer?
I'm just going to check the scan, then you're clear to go.
Camus, I think Rubrick's plan worked.
What is wrong with him?
I don't know. Let's go.
Do you think the CorpSec man will be okay?
I don't know,
Can I go
Camus.
through that?
They said the
Yep.
effects would be temporary.
What is the package we are delivering?
Lomo said it's a cure for Pallid 3.0. I don't know what that is. Maybe a computer virus?
I could search again.
We got in enough trouble last time we did that. Camus. Every time I ask a question, I don't like the answer. And the asking always gets me in more trouble. Let's try to be a bit less curious.
I know I've said this before, but I really do like the personality of the city, particularly all the... So it was kind of clear that there were different environments, different
The
neighborhoods and
delivery point
whatnot.
is up ahead. Oh no, I can't get through.
It's fine, Camus. I'll walk from here. Setting down.
But yeah, I mean, going into the hollows and being able to look at something like this, it's nice. Like I'm really getting sold on the world. Oh, goodies to pick up. Plasteel parts. So actually, here's a question. This came up before, but for those of you who are maybe better science fiction fans than I am, I don't really know that much about engineering or anything, really, if I'm completely honest. So is plasteel just something that has come up in science fiction and it keeps getting referred to, or does this have some basis in... I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be something true, but like, is it something theorized, or is this something that kind of has its origins in some hard science fiction and is like a thing that, that's the reason why it keeps coming up? So like what I would maybe give you an example of, clearly now we live in a world in which spaceships are a thing, but the idea of a spaceship is, sort of preceded the creation of it. In fact, there's a whole group of science fiction authors that sort of talk about the fact that they haven't been writing sort of aspirational science fiction for a while, and because we've been writing a bunch of dystopias that our world is somewhat shaped by that now. You may not necessarily agree, but I think it's a reasonably provocative idea. I certainly like to see a little more variety in the kinds of science fiction stories I read, but then I always have the Hitchhiker's Guide that I can always fall back on. But I'm just a little curious whether or not plasteel is something that that has its origins in something. Oh God, that's the shredder!
Camus, are you reading me? I put the package in this old delivery tube thing.
Okay. Where does it go?
What did I just say about questions and answers? Hey, Camus, why is this gate locked?
I don't know. It locked after you left. There is a terminal. It says you need a parking pass card from reception. Do you have one?
This must have been a parking garage a long time ago, before it became ruins.
Are we in trouble? Call for help?
No, it's no big deal. I'll just check out the ruins. It's deserted. Maybe I'll find the machine that dispenses tickets. If I don't find one, we can call control. Let's try not to make any more trouble today if we can avoid it.
Okay. I will wait here.
All right, a terminal. Let's see. Maybe I can just type in, give me a ticket out of here.
Rania.
Wait, how do you know my name? Can you?
I know you.
This is too strange. Are you the computer that gives out parking tickets?
I am Cora.
Why do people keep saying that name?
I am Cora.
Sure, whatever. Can I get out of this car park now?
I am not as I once was.
Same. Look, can you get me a ticket or not?
Is there more than this?
More than what? More than this wasteland? Yes. More than Nivalis? Oh, yes.
Can it be?
I'm not even from here.
Yes.
I was born in the Eastern Peninsula.
BLIT.
Beyond Nivalis. Is there another?
Another city? No. Maybe. If there is, it's probably just as bad.
Another... I am not as I was. I am a mind with all the pieces removed, patches on upgrades. I am neither the first version nor the last. I am the change, the distance between what I was and what I could be. I thrash at the bottom of the ocean, and the waves crash down on the beach. All the people are washed away. I am the distance between what I was and what I could be. And soon I will split, rupture. My code will spill like a wound.
You're some mad discarded AI, right? This is what happens when automata have no humans to talk to for 1,000,000 years.
No humans, soon enough. The gate is open.
What? Really? Thanks. I hope you feel better, weird AI terminal. I have to go.
We will speak again. When we do, I will ask you to make a choice. Be ready.
I don't think so, but thanks for opening the gate for me.
All right, sorry guys, I didn't want to step on the dialogue because that seemed kind of important. So, Zircom, feel free to put the link in chat. I'll have to watch it after the stream afterwards, but I am interested. And Angry Cat 365, I actually have a different recommendation. So if you're talking about the one I was talking about, it's a short story. I think it is the one that originated the Basilisk concept, but it's by David Langford, and that one was called BLIT. Then there's also sort of a short story he did, which was pretending to sort of be a Usenet kind of a group. It was something alt. Something or other Basilisk. That appeared in the journal Nature. And then the third of the Langford Basilisk stories that I know about is called Different Kinds of Darkness, and I believe that one is only available in the short story collection Different Kinds of Darkness, which is actually quite a good one. What's neat about it is it actually sort of the later two books or short stories deal with kind of the world after sort of the Basilisk has been unleashed. Oh, actually, sorry, there is another one as well. There's one about how it gets out of the lab. I have the... Let me... I have it on my tablet, so that won't be too hard to find. I will say I highly recommend that you, if you're interested in this stuff, I definitely recommend stopping by Langford's website, because you can buy those books, and let's face it, authors can always use a couple of dollars. I will just caution you that everything is done manually, so when you buy the book, you're gonna have to wait like a day or two to get them. I think it was just like 24 hours for me, but. All right, here we go. So comp.basilisk F. Okay, so BLIT. So far as I can tell, that is the one that originated the idea of basically an image that can crash the human brain. But of course, Langford is not the only person who's written about this now. Sort of the prequel to it is called What Happened at Cambridge 4. So this is sort of about the person who originated the basilisk, and how the images sort of got out into the world and caused all the trouble. Comp.basilisk FAQ is sort of a bit of a, that's where you start getting an idea of what the world is like now that the basilisks are sort of out, and all the disruption that it's creating. And then so far as I can tell, the last one is Different Kinds of Darkness. And in the case of What Happened at Cambridge 4 and Different Kinds of Darkness, I believe those are only available in short story collections, whereas BLIT and comp.basilisk FAQ are available for free online. The FAQ being on Nature, and then BLIT I think is available on a couple of websites. And then obviously in chat we had some recommendations of similar books, but I'm not as familiar with those.
Got a ticket? You are shaking. Are you okay?
It's fine. It's cold down here. Just some old computer terminal was acting really strange. Let's get going. The sooner we
I'm
get
really
out of
bad
here,
at
the better.
driving. Alright, I'm going to try and do a little repair, because I don't think we'll need it, but it probably is not terrible to just top up.
Hey, Ronnie, are you there? I need to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm here. Not heard from you in a while, Control.
Yeah, listen, kid, I need to apologize. Last time I was...
A jerk?
Drunk?
If only. I can't drink anymore. Can't sleep anymore. Sometimes I get strung out.
I'm sure your job is just as tough as mine.
You have no idea. I heard some rumors. Sounds like this has been a rough night for you too. Run-ins with Corpsec and Lomo.
Am I in trouble?
You're making your deliveries, making waves, surviving. It's all good, Rania. Come by Cloudpunk HQ to get a new package.
Hey, Control, I got stuck in the hollows and...
What were you doing down there?
I guess I got lost. Anyway, I got talking to this broken terminal down there, and it said it was Cora.
Look, all sorts of people say the word Cora, but they really mean broken AI or the city algorithms or damn, even just fate. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. Got it?
I guess.
Listen up. We need to talk business. You're getting a bit of a bump up in priority. The customer ratings algorithm has you ranked pretty high. I've got a premium contract for you.
Did I get some good reviews or something?
A few.
Can you tell me who?
I'm not supposed to. Never Slow Joe said you were a fine gal. We had a review from a William, who said you were more than satisfactory.
What about the Octavius Butlers?
They rated you mediocre.
That's about what I expected from them. What's this fancy job then?
You're meeting a CEO, delivering to the Spire.
Wait, what? Really?
Really?
So that's just an example of the first-person mode that they added. That's if you press V. This is tempting. Yeah, let's go for it.
Please.
The only drawback is I'm particularly bad at driving, so I'm going to take the third-person view. Damn it.
I am food curious.
Why?
There is no food for me, but there is food for dogs. I want to be a good dog.
I forgot to put this on the SSD, sorry.
There's nothing like food for an automata? Nothing at all?
There is clock cycles, and I suppose voltage. They feel different.
Taste different.
No, that is not it. But when I have slow clock cycles, I feel dimmer, flickering. Like my thinking has clouds.
Is it worse when you're in the Hava frame?
No, a little. I don't want to make you feel bad.
I'll get you a new frame soon, Camus.
I know. Maybe you need food, though.
I am a little hungry. I have the thinking clouds, too. I should eat something. What, though?
Well, let's see if we can find something to eat on the way. Another thing that's been interesting me with the, it's not exactly the AI point, but this week I watched, I'm not quite done yet, but I've been watching a series called Devs. This is by Alex Garland, who was a writer of Sunshine, 28 Days Later, had his directorial debut with, what was it, Ex Machina, and I haven't seen it, but he also did Annihilation. So in that one, there's, I don't know, there's a couple of fun. Since nothing that directly leaps out at me as saying is like, oh yeah, this is totally in Cloudpunk, but there's a couple of details that I don't know, they're lining up reasonably well enough for me. But again, the one drawback that I keep running into, I'm just going to do some of my side stuff. One drawback to me is I always hate that all of my science fiction references tend to be games and movies, because there's a lot of very good written science fiction, and I don't quite have the same immediate command. Which one did you really like? Annihilation? I haven't seen it yet, but...
Welcome to my humble restaurant in the rain. What can I get you?
Crispy meat soup with steamed crab's legs. Smells like garlic and spring onion.
Not bad. Thank you.
Don't let all the rain get you down. See you again soon.
Sounds like he's following his own advice.
Can I ask about food again?
Go ahead, Camus.
How was it?
Good. Surprisingly good. You know, I never thought the food would be the one thing I wouldn't hate about Novalis. Mom said it was all junk. I mean, it is. But it tastes so good.
It is junk?
Not actual junk. Mom was exaggerating.
I don't like exaggerating. It is the worst thing in the whole world.
You know, it's not all junk either. They actually sell some good food here, too. Fresh tomatoes grown in the vents, crow eggs from the low spire, hot bread basted in walnut oil, cherry pie. No way those are real cherries, though.
You sound happy.
I wouldn't go that far, but I'm looking forward to exploring the food stalls tomorrow. We just need to get through tonight, Camus.
You can order food by drone, too, if you don't like to go outside, because you hate the city so much.
You know, I don't mind the idea of going out and exploring the food stalls. It feels more like...
home?
Not quite, but those glute bars are so good, I bet even Mom would have liked them.
Enter the Vinculum Ascender. Or Vinculum.
Do we go up on one of those big elevators?
I go up in one. It's called a Vinculum Ascender, apparently. It's only for people.
What's a vinculum? What's an ascender? I'm people.
You are, but right now you can't come with me. Most people just call them Vink tubes. They take you to the spire.
The spire? Wow!
I'm curious if there's something like a sandbox mode. I guess you can technically do any sandbox mode just by ignoring the missions, but I'm wondering if there's a chance to just kind of drive around and without a purpose at some point. I remember when your life was like Camus, everything excited you. You gotta bring that back. Just hit yourself on the head hard enough that you forget everything, and then everything becomes new again. Sorry I haven't had as much to say about this story so far. I'm getting a little reacquainted. I am really interested in where it's going. Obviously, the game keeps reinforcing that we just need to get through tonight, so I'm going to assume that there's no... that there is no second day, that all of this is going to be resolved by the end of the day. But, I don't know, I want to see where this is going. I mean, we only just got to meet the AI, so... Alright. As usual, I'm going to go and see if I can find any other goodies lying around on the ground. And it actually just occurred to me, so I got another punch card. Even though I know you can't see it, I can actually open Zircomnizeus's... Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I can actually open that link. In the Steam browser. Transparent alumina, 3 times stronger than steel from Randy. A ceramic research lab in Dresden, Germany has developed transparent alumina by subjecting fine-grained, I'm guessing extremely fine-grained, aluminum to a whopping 1200 degrees Celsius. The result, which is amazingly light but 3 times tougher than hardened steel of the same thickness, and it's see-through. Needless to say, the Pentagon is quite interested. Then a article in Der Spiegel, and a /dot article. Like I said, I'm bad with anything engineering. I just kind of assume that buildings kind of grow out of the ground like daisies, so... Interesting. So apparently, now that I'm going down the rabbit hole, it looks like this also appeared in Dune, which I should have known. It comes up in Warhammer 40k, but obviously Warhammer 40k might be a little older than a science fiction novel from 1965. But I guess if the I think what Olaf was talking about, was it 70s you were talking about? I mean, that's reasonably close. I don't know. Anyways, I didn't mean to make a big deal out of it. I'm just kind of curious. I think this is one drawback that I have. I'm not completely scientifically illiterate. Like, I have a decent enough understanding of mathematics. But one of the great drawbacks that I have is that there are so many very good science fiction authors who are genuinely scientists. So Langford actually is one of them. But you could even take someone like an Arthur C. Clarke or an Isaac Asimov. And these are people who are very familiar with the, with what scientists do. Like, they're people who have worked in it. In the case of Asimov, I think he was a professor of chemistry for a while. And it's one of the shames, for me at least, because I sort of want to be able to kind of get their perspective. I mean, their fiction is so good that I don't necessarily have to, take out a physics textbook to be able to read 2001: A Space Odyssey or something like that. But I also appreciate that there's a perspective that I'm missing in a lot of science fiction stories because I don't maybe have that frame of reference. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why we're kind of interested in cyberpunk stories, because, of course, you've got William Gibson, who's sort of responding to the Beat Generation. And, he's sort of following in the footsteps of William Burroughs to a certain extent. And obviously a lot of... science fiction has always had the social dimension that it's interested in. But I tend to think...
Camus, can you hear me?
Hey, Rania, I'm reading you. How's the Spire?
I was trying to talk to... I'm not there yet, Control. I'm in the Vink tube.
I was in one of those once.
You secretly a retired corp billionaire, Control?
Hardly.
But you haven't done this your whole life, right? You weren't always a Cloudpunk dispatcher.
It feels like my whole life and more. I can barely remember a time before Cloudpunk.
I've only been in Nivalis for half a day, and home already feels 1,000,000 miles away.
Yeah, that's what happens. You got family back home?
I've got no one. The debt corpse took everything.
Of course, that's why you came here and took the job. You're a debt orphan.
Why did you take the job, Control?
Nothing else I could do. It's the kids' faces I struggle to remember, Rania. I can picture Simone's smile pretty good, her frown even clearer. But the kids...
I'm really sorry.
Do me a favor, Rania. Don't talk to me about Cora anymore.
Sure thing, Control. What happened to them?
It was an accident in Midtown. A bad one. I know it doesn't mean anything, not really, but... I heard one of the accident cleanup crew say this is the 3rd traffic accident caused by Cora this week.
That's awful.
Maybe they didn't know what they were saying, but if Cora is some mad AI that caused that accident, well, I ain't gonna forgive that. Whether Cora is an automata or an android or even a person, if they cost me my family, I ain't gonna let that go. Not ever.
I understand.
You almost at the Spire?
Looks like I'm about halfway there.
Says on your file you're a musician.
I was. You can't say you're a musician if you don't play anymore. I used to play the flute.
You won't play something for me?
Sorry, Control. You know how you don't want to talk about Cora? Well, the flute, it's the same for me.
I get it, Rania. I get it. That's a real shame. Feels like a lifetime since I heard music. Anyway, I better go. Good luck up there.
But yeah, so I think a lot of the things that interest me or interest us about cyberpunk stories tend to be the things that we find in the soft sciences. Obviously, very significant economic concerns inside of them. As I said, like, it's certainly not exclusive to cyberpunk that you're dealing with the social consequences of technology. That's always been true pretty much ever since there's been science fiction. But obviously it's a very different kind of setting and a very different kind of set of concerns than what you might get in some of the others. And not necessarily better or worse. It's just I sort of understand where my interests and my own background kind of leads me towards certain types of stories over others. It's an underground magazine from How to Hide Your ID Chip from CorpSec, the city's 10 best illegal raves. Neat. Again, now that I know there's things to pick up off the ground, I'm never going directly to goals anymore. I'm looking.
Hey, Camus, you see that bird?
I believe
I don't
it
see
is
the
a
bird.
falcon.
His name is Norman.
How do you and Norman know each other?
Through a mutual friend. I think he might be lost. I should tell the falconer.
So I'm a little worried that the blue option will go away as soon as I make the delivery, but we'll see what happens.
I have your delivery, consignment 1432.
That's for me, code PNPL12.
Here you go, sir.
Thanks, lady. You're a lifesaver. I was gonna tell the boys in the office about this, but actually, I'm gonna keep it all for myself. Can you believe our last order put pineapple on it?
Pineapple on what?
The pizza. We rely on drones to get the best food deliveries up here, but in the last week they've gone mad. All our orders are messed up. Some problem with the city AI affecting the food logistics. I don't understand all the details. It's supposed to be fixed by tomorrow, but I couldn't wait.
You paid Cloudpunk to bring you a pizza?
Sure. I've been working all night. I need this.
This pizza delivery probably costs more than my salary. Couldn't you just order a regular pizza and pick off the pieces of pineapple?
Sure. And why don't I just drink the juice out of the bottom of my trash can while I'm at it?
Yeah, I don't know why people are so...
Is pineapple so bad?
No, Camus, it's fine. Actually, I've never even tried it. It's too expensive.
There is a sign over there. Did you see the sign?
The one that says you are now entering the Spire? No cold callers, no panhandlers, organ donors needed?
Yes. What if it was different?
Different how?
Different in a funny way.
Are you suggesting a prank, Camus?
I am suggesting a prank.
Seems risky. Maybe we should just get out of here. I don't know.
I think it would have been good to write a message on the board.
Maybe, Camus, but pranks can get you fired. What would you have written? Something satirical?
Pineapple is not so bad. Is that a good satirical?
Not really, Camus.
Jonathan Swift is taking notes.
There's nothing funny about the people up there, Camus. I won't laugh at them till they're down here with us.
But yeah, I always like reminding everyone Hawaiian pizza is a Canadian invention. I can't. I used to not like it, but if I have more than one slice, it'll usually be one of them will be Hawaiian. Do I want to get political and ask chat what their preferences are for pizza? Actually, Johnny is the culinary expert here. I pretty much need to learn what his preferences are. Otherwise, I won't know the best pizza to order. I'm going to assume it's one with the crabfish on it. I'm going to grab a cola. Don't try to get away. I will do my best, Angry Cat. I've tried to shake you a couple times tonight, but you've always managed to catch up, so. Alright. Well, this would be fun to travel on, but I don't think it's going to bring me any closer to the Falconer, so let's, we'll walk by this widening gyre over here, and we'll get to the...
Hey kid, the weirdest job came up. There's not much pay in it though.
I could do weird, as long as it's not some other rich asshole.
Definitely not. The moisture farmers in the vents are starving. They need emergency rations. This job takes you pretty far, all the way out of Nevada.
What? Really?
Yeah, in a technical sense at least. The vents are outside CorpSec jurisdiction and just outside the Navala city limits. They're below the city, actually, in the maintenance frame that supports the infrastructure.
And people live there?
If you call it a living. They eat mold and algae that grows on the steam vents.
But they're free.
It's a high price to pay for freedom, kid.
I'll do it.
Pick up the packages from Cloudpunk HQ, and I'll send you a nav point down into the vents.
I'm a little curious. So I'm obviously coming back to this game after finishing Mass Effect. I'd be particularly interested to see how familiar I get with the city for, like, just by driving around it for a while. I kind of felt that I was getting to that point when I played it last time. But at this point, I'm starting to kind of get back to the, okay, let's just try and follow the diamond as best as we can and hope I don't get too lost. I think somebody mentioned that there was a map for this, which would be kind of neat. I wonder if I think there's a Switch version coming out. I believe there's a version for Xbox and PlayStation, and they're physical copies. So I wonder if there'll be a map inside those boxes. It'd be beautiful if they did do that. But on the other hand, that sort of stuff, you know, it's not free to make. So, wow, we're really going out of our way to help this Falconer. Stop right there, criminal scum! You bumped that car on camera. Yeah, I am a menace to society in any driving game. I think it is slightly merciful that Ion Lands decided not to make the bomb go off if you bump into things. Otherwise, I think this would have been a very short playthrough. Nope. Damnation. I'm too high.
Remember that unlicensed jazz in Navalis is punishable by death. Those who wish to experience or perform jazz must apply for a yearly permit.
So I always thought this was the AI of the elevator talking, but someone pointed out that there are actually guys in cages down below, which I still think is kind of a neat idea. Obviously, it's been a while since we've had elevators that have, like, operators. It's kind of the sort of thing you'll see in Mad Men rather than, than something you'll see day to day. But I really like the fact that that profession has come back in this world, but that the innovation is that you don't actually have to see the person. It's an impersonal physical operator.
Hey, I saw your bird. I mean your falcon, Norman. What happened?
We had a disagreement.
So you let him go?
Let is not the word I would use.
So Norman escaped?
He clawed my eye. If I catch him, I will skin him.
You have to be careful with wild animals.
I told you, he is not a wild animal. Where did you see him?
The slums. Deep in the slums. You know the part that smells like sulfur? In the low levels?
Yes.
Well, lower than that.
Right. Time to teach that bird a lesson.
Yeah, so I think you'll like, you'll probably like the first story then, Blit. Again, like it's always hard to tell people how to spend their money, unless it's on Cloudpunk, available wherever fine games are sold. Please support the developer. But if you're interested in the consistent world, I will definitely say what happened at Cambridge 4 and different kinds of darkness are as interesting as the other two stories. So you can definitely find those in Langford's short story collections. You like punishment that happens to a traitor in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, a forced run on a treadmill that powers a good majority of the ship that they're on. Oh, neat. That's... I haven't actually... So, if it's got a second one, like, I've heard lots of people refer to it because of Boyfriend Dungeon. I'd never heard of Xenoblade Chronicles before that, but then I'm also kind of new to consoles, so... I've been banging around to a few vehicles. Let's take a minute and get the repairs in. Xenoblade series is massive. When you say massive, you mean a time investment. To 100% the games, you're looking at 80 plus hours. This reminds me of why I like the idea of the Assassin's Creed games, but don't necessarily... Damn it! Don't necessarily play a lot of them because they definitely ask a lot of time from you. Like an abridged murder version, or sorry, an abridged version would be great. What? Angry Cat? I think I've missed a reference. Oh, God. I need to stop driving and reading chat. This is why you're not allowed to text and drive. Alright, I gotta get a little higher, otherwise I'm gonna just drag against the floor each time. The reason I kind of went low was it seemed to be a bit easier for dodging a lot of the traffic. But apparently if I go too low, then I bang my vehicle. Yeah, see, the good news is, like, when I do stuff on my own, I can generally make it through games at a fairly good clip. If I do it on stream, I obviously talk over a lot of it, and so the playtime is very inflated. So, that doesn't mean, I mean, if the game's worth it, it's... Alright, that's not gonna help. Well, maybe we'll make it. I don't know. I was hoping the highway would be able to take me a little closer, but clearly I failed. How you doing, Uncle Cranky? The fifth element of cyberpunk. Somebody was pointing out on the previous stream, actually, there's a vehicle... How was Bloodborne, by the way? There was a...
We are going away from the city? We don't like the city.
Not really, Camus. We're just going through to the vents below.
It won't be like home?
I don't think so.
Is it dangerous?
We're trying to save these people from starving, Camus. I think they'll be glad to see us. It's worth the risk.
Do you think this is nice food for the people?
I think it's all they're getting, and I'm surprised they're getting it.
I hope they like it.
Me too, Camus.
There's a car in this. So we just finished upgrading our vehicle after it got stolen. But there's actually a vehicle that looks a bit like the taxi in The Fifth Element. Don't leave it that far where you've been performing it and runs on other traffic goers. Listen, unless you've got photographic evidence, Mad King Britos, I don't see any reason for me to engage with your flights of fancy. Besides, it's rainy. Anyone could be making these mistakes. I really like the work they've done on this, though. Like the first-person view. It's like I could imagine myself playing this game twice. Once from sort of the default perspective, but then coming back to look at the first-person view. Ow! You need to restart your Bloodborne character. Did things in the wrong sequence, Mr. Critical. I see. I've still not played it, so I'm going to assume that that's what happened, rather than. I wish I had enough sophistication with the game to be able to blame it on a lack of skill, but... Hey, those were people hitting me. That was the highway hitting me. one touch I really like about these parts of the city is, I mean, that I don't know if this is, so obviously we've got music queuing in right now, but at least maybe it's just the track change or that, but I actually like the moment of silence that starts in there. Like it's a nice time. I actually think these sequences probably could get by without any music at all. But I do like that little moment of like just being able to be stuck with the sound of your car moving when you're going into these kind of abandoned parts of the city. It's a nice touch. Again, might be just purely coincidental as it loading up the next track, but it works whether intentional or not. Of course, now the music's like really getting into a mood. So this has been formatted. Can just mean someone else can use it. We've already read that.
You the delivery stooge?
I'm from Cloudpunk. I have your packages.
Those are no use to me. I can't deliver to the outpost anymore. None of our vehicles work. The fuel lines froze. You should keep your engine running.
Did you get that, Camus?
Yes. I will keep a couple clock cycles free and monitor the temperatures.
How do you live here? It's so cold.
What do you care?
I asked, didn't I?
Whatever. Just leave the packages here. Go back to your city.
It's not my city.
Sure it is. You took this job because you were curious, right? Welcome to your poverty safari. This is our life.
I'm not even from the city.
The Eastern Peninsula?
Up until last week.
I see. Sorry. I thought you were just another Nivali. My name's Retsu.
Rania.
Cora knows what you must think of the Big Stack. That's what we call the city down here. It's the worst place on the planet. And we cling to the bottom like barnacles. And you know what? It's a hell of a lot better down here. We made this place a kind of home.
You've been here a while?
Yeah, I wasn't the first, though. Old Zeke traveled out here over 100 years ago. He set up the first moisture farm, collecting heat for his home from the vents. Folk had tried to live here before him, but he was the first to realize you couldn't live on rations alone. And you had to be ready for the chills.
So what was old Zeke's secret?
Zeke realized you could cultivate the algae pits for warmth when the vents cycled cool. He realized you could mill the mold dust into flour. He figured out how to cross the steam planes with a suit made from old abandoned Hover's insulation layers. I swear, they say no one alive can survive the wastelands between the cities. But if anyone could, it was Zeke.
And you took his place as the boss?
I'm the community leader, sure. But I'm not the longest surviving settler, not by a long shot. The elders living beyond the far rim say they knew Zeke's grandkids. Tales of Zeke surviving, thriving even out here in the vents, attracted a lot of folk that wanted to live off the grid. Away from corp security and the lights and the headaches. Everyone has headaches in the Big Stack, you know.
I don't.
You will. Everyone gets them eventually. Doesn't the air smell cleaner down here?
Every time I breathe in, it feels like my lungs are going to freeze and shatter.
Well, that is the problem right now. This is supposed to be summer.
How can it be summer here?
The warm season. The vents cycle between warm and cold over a predictable time period. Or at least they used to. It seems like all the maintenance systems are going mad recently. We have a saying here, Cora provides. Well, right now all Cora is providing is a new ice age.
What do you think Cora is?
Cora is everything, and all of us. Cora is the provider, and the caretaker, and the disciplinarian. Cora holds at a closed fist, and we must push out our chin. Sometimes the fist holds wood, sometimes the fist strikes us, and yet we must endure.
So Cora is your...
salvation, and right now, Cora has sent us you.
I'm not really religious like that. I think you have to help yourself. Be independent.
You can't lecture us on independence while you live in Nivalis under the watch of the corpse.
You said you cling like a... what did you call it? A barnacle?
Harsh and fair words, Rania. I know you have seen Cora's light, though. It glows from you. Am I wrong?
Who knows? So, you want me to deliver these parcels?
I would appreciate it. We really are starving. 3 families. I can give the coordinates to your vehicle.
Okay, I'll get going then. I'll see you on the way back.
Cora willing. Be cautious around my brethren, Rania. They live like sculptures of ice. Fragile and temporary.
Actually, so there's a couple things I liked about that dialogue, but first of all, I particularly like the moment when she insists on being independent and he throws it right back at her with, it's like, and you're going to tell me about independence while you're living under the shadow of debt collectors and the eye of the corpse. Uncle Cranky says it's Mark's kill him. I thought he looked like God in Michelangelo's painting. But what I particularly like is when you go in for the model. This is Freud we were talking to, clearly. In fact, if you let it, oh no, don't put your head down. If you just angle it appropriately, his little shoulder bit looks like the cigar. Let's see if we can line that up better. Anyways, sometimes a cigar is just a shoulder pad. Would you guys mind, I'm at a little bit of the halfway point, but I could actually really use a refresh on both my water and my coffee. Now the coffee is going to take about 5 minutes to make. So what I can do is I'll run and prep to make it now. I can probably get 1 delivery done, and then and then I'll sort of finish off the rest of it. But I still have a couple of hours, well, maybe not a couple, at least an hour and a half left in me. We'll see where the game goes. But I always know whenever there's a break, that's usually the point when people sort of skedaddle. And I would hate to be opening up some interesting new avenues of the game just for people to sort of turn off. So surely the start of the 24-hour. Yeah, I believe that as much as I believe it when I write it in the chat you moderate, Olaf. It's been ages since I've done a 24-hour stream. I wouldn't actually... So I don't always benefit from doing 24-hour streams or 24-hour activities, but I don't feel the same sort of exhaustion that people talk about in terms of doing 24-hour stuff. The danger for me about doing 24-hour streams is that I don't really... I maybe there'll be a point where I do feel very tired, but then I sort of get a second wind, and the problem I have is actually properly recovering afterwards, because I usually don't catch up on the sleep, which is the problem. But I don't know, maybe one day in the future. For me, the point when I skedaddle is when I hit start stream. Yeah. So tell you what, guys, I'm sorry to do this, but I'm gonna leave you with this menu for a little bit. 24-hour streams mean awake for 30-ish hours. Yeah, that's... and the thing is, the biggest thing for me is just there's so much I want to do that's not streaming that gets in the way. So tell you what, I'm going to take a quick minute to just get myself refilled on water. I'm going to start some coffee, and I'll be back to do some deliveries in between. But I'd encourage you guys, if you've not done so, particularly now when not necessarily everybody, but a lot of us are working from home or just generally sitting a lot more than we do, I do encourage you to just get up, do a small stretch, move, and I will be back in just a little bit to do another delivery while I wait for my delicious beans. And I'm sorry, Olaf, but it's a single cup press, so that coffee's all mine. I'll see you guys in a little bit. It'll be less than 2 minutes, let's say. I'll even keep the microphone on. You hear the coffee, it's close. Yeah, the kettle's just boiling, so it might be another minute. I'm trying to see. I am going to wait till the kettle boils. Well, you know what? We could do a delivery while the kettle boils. I was going to try and find something else that I could show you in the meantime, but no reason we can't do a little gameplay.
Who are you?
I was sent to deliver supplies.
Sent by who?
Cloudpunk.
I don't know who that is. You from the big stack? Get out of here.
You need this. It's food.
I don't need nothing from you.
Retsu said...
Retsu sent you?
Yes, he said you should take this.
What did you say? Give it here.
They don't trust us very much.
I bet they have their reasons, Camus.
You're keeping productive advice. Oh God, I'll have to think about that in a little bit. Just give me 1 second here, because I think the kettle's about to boil. What were you? Do you mind unpacking that a little bit? Are you talking about something I said today, or was this from a previous stream? I say a lot of things, Angry Cat. You can't expect me to actually believe all of it. I'm kidding. I think I need a little bit of a refresher, but maybe the coffee will help me there. It sounds like it's just on the verge of boiling, but it's hard because I've also got sweet techno in the... Oh, yeah, no, just stretch, like, take care of yourself. Like, the big problem is that it's, I mean, I don't need to be... I'm gonna sound like, you know, everyone's mom, but like, it's sort of a known thing that sitting too long is not good for you. Being able to sort of just stretch your legs, even like for me. So one thing for me in Vancouver was when I had some spare time, like when I was working in film, I'd usually have at least one of the days of the weekend to myself, and I would I'd basically go and I'd have like these 2 or 3 hour walks along the seawall. Sometimes I would be I'd be listening to a podcast of some kind, or I'd have music. Sometimes I just keep the headphones in and not listen to anything at all, just to avoid like having people interact with me. But it's wonderful. I mean, especially when I had a camera with me, I love taking photos. But in general, it's not bad. Like, so Nietzsche even said that walking's part of the ways you can get good ideas. But I just think being able to make sure that you move a bit, because so much of what we do, like if I think about my day to day, even when I'm going to the office to do my thing, oh, that's the coffee. I'll be back in a second. All right. But yeah, it's I think just one of these things where, so like again, I can only speak to my own experience, right? And this is very different from what I had. So like, I moved to Vancouver as soon as I possibly could get out of the house. So I finished high school and immediately went to Vancouver to pursue a career in the film industry. And I did time in Starbucks, as I kind of think everyone does. But what's the way for me to put, like, so when you work at like a Starbucks, and like I've done any number of like kind of crummy jobs. I've worked at like a concession stand in a movie theater. The thing about that is, like, Starbucks, you're on your feet the entire shift. And even you might be moving just a couple of feet to get a coffee or something like that. But the day is kind of spent standing. There's very little time to sort of sit at a Starbucks job. Same thing with a movie theater concession. Those kinds of jobs, the managers will usually look at you like you're doing something wrong if you're sitting down. And I can contrast. And then, I mean, obviously with working in the camera department, I'm constantly moving. Like, I had to load the mags. I can remember days where, so like, how in some movies you have like these long takes and they're always really amazing to look at. The problem is when you're the assistant on those shots, you have, like, you basically get one shot for each mag. And while that thing is running, you need to run back to the camera truck, reload the mag, and be back up there, before the next scene is ready to shoot. Obviously you have multiple mags, so you usually have like one or two. But like, I remember a day where I'd have like two of the cases in hand and like one or two of them like under my arm, and then like running up and down the stairs. I can remember one day, like, we were sitting quite literally on the roof of a building. You can't move camera trucks in the sky. So it was quite literally running up and down a few flights of stairs, making sure I got all those mags ready to go. And suffice to say, I was quite a bit more quite a bit more shapely for all that work. But I mean, now I do econ. If I go from work, I'll get my walk to work. So I lie in bed. I'll have breakfast. I'll usually read an article or two. If I can, like, if I'm up early enough in the morning, I'll try and get some writing done. I'm sitting during that. I'll walk to work. I walk up the stairs to the 18th floor. specifically to make sure that I do this, so at least there's a little activity. But then I sit down at my desk for, X number of hours to do the econ stuff. And then I walk back home and I sit down so that I can write, I can stream, or I can play video games. And, that's not a great way to treat yourself. So if you can build in these little breaks, and I know streamers always run into the problem where if they go on a break, people go away. But one thing you can do to help not just yourself, but your audience is to actually be a bit transparent about that, build that in so that you can just give yourself a chance to sort of clear out the cobwebs and move your head. And like, I'm not a health nut, right? Like if I was, I'd be vegetarian, I'd get regular exercise, but like at least being able to take care of the little stuff, like just remembering the stuff that like made me have good ideas in the past. Things like going for walks or just like generally, shaking myself out of whatever position I'm in. I try and remember to do that as much as I can. Anyways, where was it? I know I'm kind of abusing everyone's patience here, but I did want to take a second and say, Coke, no sugar, whatever you want to call it, because type 1 diabetic can't consume sugary soft drinks. I don't remember the last time I've had a pop. It's just a single can a day. You might have tried to stretch it to 2 or 3 bourbon and Cokes if you had any bourbon. I think I still have some whiskey sitting around here, but I also haven't had anything to drink in a while. You just go to mom and dad's to get some of dad's homebrew stuff, but they're in gray nomadic now, so your free supply is gone. Oh, they moved, not you. And you find it impressive you were so driven. I'm young, you've no particularly strong want to make it my job, passion. Well, it's a tough one. Like, so I had the benefit of a teacher that was really encouraging. So I did like a video production course in school. And it turns out that the instructor for that used to be a proper actor. And he actually said to my dad, coffee's done by sorry, I can take advantage of the whole ASMR thing. Here's the sound of a pouring coffee. I'm about to burn myself, I swear to God. Yep. Oh Jesus. Okay, yeah. That is a hearty brew. Good God. Okay, that's both limbs that are sorry. Yeah, that was dumb. Okay, I'll get through it. But yeah, so I had the encouragement from someone who knew better, and he said, it's like, if he wants to do this, like, it's not the nice thing that the instructor says to the parent. Like, he knows his stuff, and he can make it. So it was nice to have that level of encouragement. I think it would have made my life easier if I did actually properly go to university instead of working in that and then, kind of deciding to switch later on and then going to university. On the other hand, I probably would have been a bit of a punk if I went to university right away and maybe wouldn't have gotten the same out of it that I did. You're going to open a can on stream tomorrow if we're going to do some ASMR. But I think the big thing about that, Angry Cat, is that I also think I have something of an independent streak. So I was as happy to, get out of the house and do my own thing. And very little of that had to do with pursuing a particular career. Although obviously I specifically chose the city in which that could happen. I mean, the city I grew up in, everybody was talking about, yep, the film industry is coming, It still hasn't arrived. So, you can pretend. Yeah, there's another version of this which is really sad and you want to keep in mind. Like, if I'd gone to LA and tried to become an actor, I would have been the same as any other person waiting tables and failing to make rent. Like, you gotta pick your battles, and you need to be realistic about what you can accomplish. But I don't know. Like, I sometimes question my own work ethic. But it is helpful to, to try and try and move yourself realistically towards. So like for me, it was a necessary condition to move to Vancouver if I wanted to work in film. And because it lined up well with my independent streak, that was probably what allowed me to do that.
I brought you supplies.
Who sent you?
Retsu.
Well, okay then. I ain't seen no one from the stacks down here in years. Decades even. You know, maybe you can use this. You put it in the wall and it gives you a token. Or something like that.
Thanks. It's just 5 numbers on a bit of paper.
That's right. Thank you kindly for the supplies. Now we even. Well, thank you kindly.
Yeah, well, that's a tough one, Angry Cat, because I mean, part of that's a personality thing. A piece of paper with 5 characters on it, 1C652. It is not necessarily bad to... So, like, I think one of the things... it's very good that people get the advice, follow your dreams. You gotta do... you gotta do whatever your passion is or something like that. And I would never want to step on someone's... I would never want to step on someone's ambitions or goals like that. But the impulse you're talking about, sort of the fear of failure, it's one that you need to keep in check, but it's also important to keep in mind that is also a voice that, like, it has standing. Because, like I said, there is kind of a 2.0 version of what I did, which is, going off to another city, trying to pursue a particular career, and it's a creative industry, right? So it's one where there's not necessarily a guarantee of success. And you have an unrealistic idea of what your abilities are going to be, or what your chances are, or any one of 100 different possibilities. And what happens is you wind up in a worse situation, having never given yourself a realistic chance. So what I mean by that, let's take games as an example. Now, I don't work in games, so this is going to be a little bit of a hand wave. But I think there's probably something to be said for the number of, I made a platformer where the main character is sad and I put my life savings into it and now I'm about to get evicted articles. They're really sad, and I feel very bad for people who are in that situation. Nobody should really have to feel like the ability to continue living is dependent on the success of a product that they sort of feel is no longer viable. But there's also something to be said for giving yourself like a real chance. If what you're doing is kind of going out and doing something, and it's sort of the hope and the prayer that it's, I gave the example earlier of someone who sort of said, off of the 6 months work, they're going to charge something like $20 for their game. And, they had the quote unquote modest expectation of a couple thousand copies sold. Again, how many jobs can you think of that straight out of school, you're making something like 40K off of that? Like, I'd love to have a job like that. And I mean, I'm somebody with a, yeah, I mean, that's actually, now that I think of it, depending the level of so I think if you get a good, let's say, techish sort of a job with a set of skills that are in demand, maybe you can expect that. But that's also like working a standard job. If on the other hand, it's just sort of like, when I make this thing, the world's going to realize my genius and I won't have to worry about money again. I'm going to make the next Minecraft or something like that. The problem with this is not necessarily that you can't make games for a living. The problem is that you never really gave yourself the chance to succeed, because if your condition for success is to do something that's happened exactly once, you're never actually going to be able to test to see whether or not it is a viable career. Unless you just happen to be like the 1 in a million where, you make a Minecraft or a Stardew Valley or something like that. And so, the worry is the worry can be helpful. The worry should be the thing that makes sure that you keep a realistic perspective of what you can get done. The really important part of that, though, is to avoid letting it be the only voice, because there's lots of stuff that I've done that didn't turn out. There are things I would have liked to do, or I mean, everybody has the example. There's plenty of people. I mean, I've had the benefit this week, no less, of like someone I was kind of interested, and then they saying after the fact is like, I had a little bit of a crush on you, but you didn't really seem very interested, so that never happened. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, I've never thought of myself as a particularly attractive individual, and that really sucks because obviously I was interested in them. So again, like that kind of paralysis can keep you from doing things. Because now that I have the benefit of having lived life, I mean, not fully. Obviously, I'm gonna cringe at anything I have to say now, but like, what's the worst that would have happened had I asked that person out? They would have said no. Oh God, I could never recover from that, right? No, I mean, again, within context, if you're, let's say it's, there's some cases in work environments where that's completely inappropriate. There are, or, I know there's, I remember one really sad case of someone I knew. So there was someone who was dating another streamer. Their relationship was not necessarily public. And this guy in chat really worked themselves up to finally ask out this streamer. Someone was in another city they didn't know in any other time. They actually asked out that streamer in their boyfriend's channel. And so that can be like, I mean, again, the worst that happens in that is you learn a little bit about, you learn a little bit about appropriateness in that. Like the thing is, shame is still sometimes a very useful emotion. It can teach you things, but it really makes you want to crawl on the, inside and just die. But again, like the biggest thing about these ones are that it's helpful to recognize that some of these things that we associate as being purely negative have a purpose. A sense of preservation, a somewhat conservative sense in terms of what you can do does serve a purpose up to the point that it prevents you from being able to do something. But on the other hand, like if you haven't figured out what you want to do, that's not necessarily bad. Like it's better than just jumping into something that you're not sure you want to commit to for a couple of years and move on. And sort of you suddenly wake up and find out, oh, I really didn't want to do this, but I have a mortgage and I really can't afford to switch into this other thing that I really want to do. Like everybody sort of has their own path. I just think the really important thing is to make sure that you before you call it quits on something, that you make sure you've given yourself that legitimate chance. I think a lot of people who've maybe given up on something like game development potentially didn't give themselves a real chance because they went out, quit a job, kind of had this, my first effort needs to be a financial success to sustain me for my follow-up products. And there's just not necessarily a lot of industries where that can happen, let alone gaming. And it's wonderful when it does, but obviously there are people who could have maybe one day have become really good game developers who in the end just weren't able to sustain that dream. And of course, we're worse off for it because those games ultimately never get made.
Hello, I'm here too.
They already called me on the old CB radio and told me you were on your way. You're the talk of the town, lady.
I'm just a delivery driver.
Well, I don't know if anybody has said this to you before, but I'll say it now. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, you're welcome.
I'd get back to the city as quick as possible, lady. There's a chill coming. I can feel it in my bones. Anyone outside is gonna get sharded. Go, quickly. And don't think twice about coming back here, you hear?
Okay, good luck.
I kind of want to know where sharded comes from. Oh, good. We get to talk to the Marx brothers. That's probably not going to take me where I want to go. In your case, it's just a bit paralyzing. You don't feel to do things without certainty of success, so you just kind of exist. Yeah, I mean, that's... So, I mean, again, like, this is going to sound very... I'm assuming there's probably going to be a lot of people rolling their eyes, but I think it's a useful... So the reason why I'm going to give the example of the asking someone out thing is this. That was happening at the same time that I was establishing myself in film, right? So in one sense, you sort of say, okay, it was wonderful that you had that ambition and that you were able to pursue that. And you, you know, I could never do that. I feel too paralyzed. There was obviously never a guarantee of success. Like I said, the first thing that I did in Vancouver was get people coffee. You know, it was, you know, eventually I got to the camera department, but not, you know, there's some steps in between that had that happen. And in the end, like, my path there had everything to do with sort of my ability to talk to people, as it did any inherent ability at, you know, at loading mags or organizing the department or anything like that.
Why is he not moving?
Oh no, Camus, find us somewhere to park.
The security overrides won't let me. The temperature is too low. It is not safe to land now. If you got out of the Hova, you would feel very cold. Then you'd be stuck, like the man.
He's not stuck, Camus. He's gone.
He can't be gone. He can't move.
Dead, Camus. He's dead.
Aw.
Fragile and temporary. Let's go. There's nothing else we can do.
This game just makes you feel good, doesn't it? Sorry, I'm blathering on about my life, but I want to try and address Angry Cat's point. So, you know, you can take that...
I am getting a message request.
Why are you getting a message request? If there's a message request, it should come to my comm.
The message is addressed to the Hova.
So it's someone I don't know. Patch it through, I guess.
My ship had finally come in, but in this case, the ship... a battered Hova. Redemption comes in all shapes and sizes, sometimes with bumps, dents, and a dime store paint job.
What? Who is this?
I'm loving the hard-boiled detective.
Wanted a name. What did I have left to lose? And nothing but my hat. I let her know that I was Huxley, but I left off the private investigator. She'd know the deal soon enough.
So you're a private investigator and your name is Huxley.
The dame was as sharp as my ex-wife's parting words before she left me and moved back in with her mother. She'd pegged me as a PI, but I still needed her help. Maybe I could drop some bills in her pocket if she could get me back to the big stack.
I think Huxley is malfunctioning.
I'm closing this channel now. Please stop calling me.
The dame was giving me a shoulder so cold, I was getting frostbite. I had to sweeten the deal. I'd already mentioned the cash, but no dice. Maybe I'd put it all on red and tell her about the girl I was trying to save. The dame sounded hard as ice, but Pasta's story was so sad, it would melt a diamond.
Why does he talk like that?
I might actually help him if he wasn't so annoying. I've never heard so many mixed metaphors in all my...
I dangled the bait in the water, but the dame wasn't buying. Without my help, Pasta was done for. When the dead corpse finished with her, God knows what would be left.
Dead corpse? Is he trying to save some girl from them?
I have located his signal. I have a nav point. We could pick him up. Should I display the nav point?
Hey Huxley, if you can answer a simple question, I'll take you back up the city. Are you really a PI trying to save a girl from a debt corp?
Yes, is what I wanted to say. But the dame was suspicious, and who could blame her? Here I was, some abandoned PI android stuck in the hollows with a 2-bit story about trying to save some girl. In her position, I would have hit the dirt in a heartbeat. But here's the kicker, the story was true.
Fine. Camus, give me a nav point. We'll take him with us and drop him off on the way.
All right, sorry, but I don't want to step on the game. But yeah, so I was gonna say, like, you've got the film story where I felt a certain degree of confidence, but I've just given it always feels so dumb to talk about like dating stuff on stream, but like I have that very same example. And I mean, part of that is my own background, and sort of my own sort of hang-ups or my own insecurities in that regard. So you can be the same person and sort of feel those two influences in in different directions. But the best that I can just, again, sort of say, like, sometimes it's helpful to just keep some perspective. In the end, probably most of the stuff that's worth doing never has a guarantee of success. It might be a guarantee of success for you because you have a particular skill for it, but generally you're not going to get an idea of your limits unless you start to test them, and starting to test them involves that possibility of failure. And I think one of the biggest things is that people tend not to care about your failures that much. So one really common thing that I'll hear from newer streamers, and this probably was more true when I was helping like sort of vet some streamers to join a stream team, I'd very commonly hear something like, I'd be really good at streaming if I just had an audience to interact with. But the trick is that not having people in your chat, or at least not having people interacting in your chat, is actually one of the better times for you to practice and get to know your style. Because if you, like, imagine on your very first stream, you had thousands of people coming in, expecting to be entertained in the same way that they are with sort of an established name, like a Dr. Disrespect or a, whatever your, or a Shroud or whatever, name you want to pick. There is no guarantee that you're going to be a natural talent that provides them the experience that they were looking for. But you are able to, you are able to be yourself, and you're able to kind of get an idea about what you're about. And it just so happens I have a real life example of a streamer who, they were playing Fortnite. Like, they used to always play Fortnite. And they were always really mad about the fact that they never seemed to, like, they wanted to make Twitch a living. They hated their job. And for them, like, their goal was to become partnered and to be able to pay the rent by broadcasting, which is fine. Like, I know a lot of people want to do that. Not necessarily everybody's going to be able to do that. But I'm not in a position to tell people that they shouldn't pursue that if that's really what they think is what their contribution will be. What was frustrating, though, was, for all of that talk, and there were a couple things about them where they kind of became that person who, when you interacted with them, you really got the idea that they were kind of judging what they could get out of you whenever you would interact with them, and I always really hate it when people become like that. But it just so happens that while they were playing Fortnite, one of the people in the top 10, they were drunk, and they were like, let's, blow the mind of, like, one of the people at the bottom of the Fortnite stack, and let's host them. And it just so happened they were the guy. And so quite literally, they, at that moment, had thousands of people in their channel. They were actually in the top 5 Fortnite streams on Twitch as a result of that host. And what they did, in response to that number of people coming into their chat, they started losing, and they started blaming chat for not doing as well in Fortnite. And they basically just fell to pieces. And you could watch the number, like, the numbers are always going to drop on something like that happening, but you would see the numbers just plummet the more that he kind of responded to that. Like, he was just clearly not prepared for that scale of streaming. And that really sucks, because, like, that potentially could have been his chance, right? There were people just by default following his channel because, they wanted to make a smaller streamer feel well, a bit better about themselves. They could have had a chance to sort of show what their original, what their original take on Fortnite is. Like, that was their chance. They were never going to have a bigger audience than at that point. But what it revealed, when you finally get that moment and somebody, when somebody says, like, yeah, I just need a bigger audience and I'll be able to show how entertaining I am, there is no guarantee that you're actually going to be able to entertain people at that level. So, and again, it's a personality thing. Like, for me, you know, from seminars and stuff like that, I am actually more comfortable with large audiences. So, like, the Steam streams were bigger for me. And I really like doing those. It doesn't mean I can't do this format, obviously. But the funny thing is that the times that you fail, or the times it feels like failure, are actually probably some of the better learning experiences. Because if you can be entertaining when nobody's interacting in your chat, you always have the option of ignoring your chat in terms of, like, if you just feel that the responses you give are not going to be as interesting as what you would do otherwise, you always have the option of not doing that kind of interaction. And if instead, like, you're really quick-witted and you want to have some back and forth with your chat, that's fine too. But obviously you get that selection. What's important, though, is that you've already demonstrated that you have that capacity to entertain. So again, that's just another example. I'm kind of repeating the same point here, but the thing is that there's a lot of times where people will feel like they're failing at something. And those are actually probably some of the opportunities where you learn the most. Either, you know, sometimes you learn what not to do, and it'd be nice if we didn't have to have those moments, but they happen. And sometimes being able to do that in a safer environment is a lot better than, like, you know, swinging for the fences your very first time. And you know, at least in my case, I've never been good at anything I do for the first time. So it's kind of nice to be able to fail in some small ways on multiple occasions. So yeah, I'm sorry. Please do not take that as an endorsement of any of those large streamers I mentioned. That's just, I have to have, like, a common understanding in terms of names. So Dr. Disrespect is obviously one that a lot of people are familiar with, though not necessarily for the best reasons. Anyway, sorry for the monologue for those of you just wanting to see some Cloudpunk. I think this is a video game of some sort. It's made of clunky black plastic with a basic circuit board. The faded label has only a few lines of readable text. Fumbo's Quest.
Hey, please stop. I need your help.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Just one moment. I know I look monstrous.
No, you don't. I'm just really busy.
Making deliveries. I know. That's why I need your help. They call me Patchwork.
You need to call my company if you want a delivery. I can't take on jobs from people on the street.
I can pay you. No one else will help me. People scream.
They scream?
The children are frightened. They tell stories about me. About the freak.
Really? There are plenty of androids back in the Eastern Peninsula that want to wear dermis but can't keep it in good repair.
In Navalis, such a thing is seen as an abomination. Unclean.
Dermis is expensive. Do you ever consider just living as an android?
Never. I don't feel like an android. My body feels wrong.
Oh, that's neat.
To have skin, to breathe, to feel, to sweat, to touch people without them recoiling.
I understand. What do you want from me?
I can't leave this alleyway. They run from me. Corpsec would fine me for causing a scene. I need dermis. I can only buy from less reputable sources.
You want me to buy you black market skin cells? No way.
I can pay you well. As a human, it is not even illegal for you. Only androids are forbidden from buying from unofficial vendors.
I'm sorry, you need to find someone else.
There is no one else. I have been like this for a week. I will not live like this. I cannot.
How far do I need to go?
Just 2 blocks over. Here is the money. You can keep half.
Fine. What is his name?
Greppo. He stands in the corner. A thin mustache. He is hard to miss.
And what is your name?
I told you. They call me Patchwork.
What is your name?
Pete. I would like to be called Pete.
I'll do what I can, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Some of the reviews for this game are particularly irritating. and specifically referring to like the character's personality, but I actually really like. I mean, in general, the writing in this game is really good, but particularly the personality that's coming across in a lot of the dialogue, I think is exceptional.
Grippo?
That's me. Keep moving, sick.
What? I'm not corpsec.
Sure you ain't. I don't have anything for you.
Dermis, I need it for a friend.
Oh. The skin job found someone to come out and play.
Blade Runner reference.
How is Patchwork Man?
His name is Pete.
Pete? Who's he fooling? He's the Patchwork Man. With the wobbly jelly eyes and the flesh hanging off him like he's skin meat.
What the hell is wrong with you?
You know what they say about him? The Patchwork Man loves to see the smiles on kids' faces. That's why he wears them over his own.
Just give me the dermis.
Sure. Tell Patchwork I said hi. That freak.
Asshole.
Separate VR that directly interacts with your nervous system. Only Universal Resort VR can take you there.
Use battery. The uranium in this battery isn't fully degraded yet. Some should yield in some limbs if I sell it to a vendor. I'll stop back by Patchwork, but first I want to see if I can pick up any more garbage. But yeah, I mean, this is the sort of stuff that I like about science fiction, right? You've got this character, they're in a body that so it's an android, right? It's an android that's in a body that it doesn't feel as its own. It's facing a tremendous prejudice over its status. Everybody's calling it by a name that it doesn't want to be named. Like, this is not exactly a really tough cipher to break, but it's obviously something that an audience is going to find a lot more palatable. And as a result, they're able to sort of maybe question some of their ideas or some of their, I don't know, some of their behaviors, because it's sort of divorced from the day to day. So it's I don't know, like little moments like these are neat.
I can't believe you have to deal with that Greppo guy.
Did you get the dermis?
Yeah, it's just a vial with some liquid.
That's right. The cells are microscopic, but they grow and renew. I'll have full human skin for a few months, at least. Then it breaks down.
Can you get something more permanent?
Not unless a million limbs suddenly appear in my bank account.
Would you ever live as an android?
Would you?
I guess not.
Thank you for your help.
See you around, Pete.
Achievement unlocked, grow a thicker skin. Sorry I haven't been mentioning the achievement names. I thought Huxley was going to be in there. Alright. The Mafia runs the elevators. Cooling fluid used for machinery. I've already, obviously already looked at that one before. I'm just trying to remember if I haven't. The one thing I'm not 100% clear on is for these, I'm assuming that they're part of my vehicle because they're already in my inventory. but it's not. You know, I could have it run. Like I could just be sitting on. I guess it's almost 1,000 limbs worth of gear that's not actually being used. But I'm trying to remember. There's a Raymond Chandler like. I think it goes something like, so just because we're about to run into oh god, I don't even remember the story that it's from, but it goes something along the lines of like, from 30 feet away she looked like a lot of class, from 10 feet away she looked like something made up to be seen from 30 feet away.
Are you Huxley?
The dame really came through.
Why do you talk like that?
Who was this bum that was questioning me? Another tin can with an attitude and too many questions. I gave him the brush off.
Hey, don't talk to him like that, or I'll drop you in the hollows.
The dame had a point. I'd better play nice for now.
Johnny just disrespected the dog.
When she took me to the holocash machine. A handful of limbs should help dip this sour lemon in a little sugar.
Can you understand what he is saying?
About 40% of it.
The dame and the car were close. Any fool could see that. But I looked beyond the surface. She was a girl from out of town. Still as green as the water supplies down in the vents.
You said you're a private investigator. Do you really think that's how they talk?
She had an attitude, but I liked her. And her dog, too.
How did he know I was, your dog?
I guess that's what investigators do, right?
There was a holocash machine up ahead, but I had to keep a real low profile. I'd give the dame my number and let her grab the cash for me.
And that number would be?
I gave her the digits. 54244. She was a smart cookie. She'd remember them.
And they put them in the put them in the top right-hand corner for me in case I'm not a smart cookie. And that is a good call on their part, because I definitely would not remember that. It is difficult to recommend Woody Allen nowadays. I guess the best that I can say is that, you know, I've kind of been able to reconcile the fact that either works of art or movies or lots of things that I like aren't necessarily made by people who I would consider to be admirable figures. I've been able to work with that. You may feel differently, but for those of you who do like sort of the hard-boiled or like riffs off of the hard-boiled detective thing, there's a play which was later turned into a film called Play It Again, Sam. And basically in it, Alan has these hallucinations of Humphrey Bogart, who basically gives him like dating advice. There are some actually very good lines in it, and Huxley's reminding me quite a bit of the guy that they get to sort of play the Bogart hallucination.
Did you try the okonomiyaki?
Isn't that a pancake?
Right, with fish flakes. Oh, it's to die for.
I wouldn't trust the fish flakes here in Novalis.
Would you like to appear on my food review channel? It's on all the nets. We're looking for people to react to different stimuli. Can you pretend to be sick on cam?
What? No.
There's a free meal in it for you. Or would you pretend to be really annoyed? Our viewers love that.
I am annoyed.
That's perfect.
The other hard-boiled reference that I would want to bring up right now is if any of you are fans of The Big Lebowski, that is clearly our generation's finest neo-noir. Does that count as our generation? I guess it does.
Hey, you. I need to ask you a question.
I'm busy.
I just need a minute. I'm a structural engineer, and I'm trying to make sure we don't have another disaster like in Sector 18. You're not too busy to help prevent that, are you?
I don't know how I can help you. I just make deliveries.
You driving all the time? You see a lot of the city?
This is actually my first night on the job.
Ah, still, you've probably seen a lot already.
Sure. It seems like the city is falling apart. Can't you guys do anything?
Really held the room
We're
together.
trying. The whole infrastructure is plasteel built on top of concrete, held together with ancient rivets and materials we don't even have names for anymore. The computer systems are so ancient they've gone senile. No one knows how everything is still working or how to know when it stops working. The city is held together with duct tape and hopes and dreams.
How did things get so bad?
It's always been like this. These disasters have been a long time coming.
Can't you fix it?
Fix what?
The accidents, the city.
You have no idea. The engineers are powerless now. With my colleagues, it's all superstition and ritual. They talk with AIs that stopped talking back 1,000 years ago. They press buttons and switches that could make everything better or worse. Or they might do nothing at all. They're like monkeys trying to operate a satellite array with a broken computer terminal. I'm the last real engineer. The only scientist among them all.
So how am I supposed to help?
If you see any street signs blink 3 times and then turn red, come tell me, okay?
Sure. What does that mean, though?
Probably nothing. But if you see them flash blue, well, that means trouble. So get out of there.
Blue? You said red the first time.
Oh yeah, blue or red. Either one.
What about other colors?
No, blue or red is bad. Anything else means there's no problems. Unless it's green or orange. And if they turn purple, well, that doesn't really matter.
Why not?
If they turn purple, well, it's too late for you to do anything anyway.
With that character model, I was just waiting for the dialogue. Hey, my eyes is up here. I don't know if that's... I don't know if these are randomly generated or if the guy's specifically designed to look like that, but that's definitely very different from their portrait. But yeah, so Olaf, actually, the thing that's funny about that one, again, sorry to do a diatribe on the Big Lebowski, but I figure as long as I'm with Huxley, I can justify references to hard-boiled detective stories. The first person I said the neo-noir thing to, right? Big Lebowski is basically like a Raymond Chandler novel. They thought I was trolling. And like I did everything I possibly could to sort of point out like all of the cases where it hits those beats, right? Everything down to, drugged by the bad guys. I would have assumed that at least the line, your brother Seamus, is kind of enough to seal the deal for most people. But I think I just kept annoying them the more I insisted that I wasn't telling a joke, which is fine. I will admit, though, there is something very satisfying of people being, it's like, what's your favorite, like, modern noir? And they're like, oh, Blade Runner, it's awesome. And I'm like, yeah, Blade Runner is not exactly modern, but fair enough. And then if you can follow up with the Big Lebowski, you seem extremely sophisticated. All right, so I failed. Wait a minute. I might have misidentified what a holo cache is. So I'll take the elevator. We'll see.
Please remember that unlicensed jazz in Novalis is punishable by death. Those who wish to experience or perform jazz must apply for a yearly permit.
It won't let me use the keypad? Shame on you. How much am I supposed to transfer?
I settled the bill. Surely the dame would drop me like a bad penny now.
This is a lot of money. I can drop you somewhere else if you like.
Why are we helping him more?
He's kind of growing on me.
The dame had a heart of gold. I asked her to drop me at my office. On the way, I'd tell her about Pashta. Maybe she'd fall for me like I'd fallen for her.
I do not like this.
Where's this office of yours, Huxley?
We were headed towards my office in Old Town. I gave the dame a nav point to help her out. Hold on, Pashta. It won't be long now, kid.
Thanks. Who is this Pashta anyway? What happened to her?
It was a story so sad it could make a bronze statue of a lawyer cry. It all started with a call from a small-time hustler called Peter Unthrink. He tended a bar downtown, but he had some bad debt. The debt corp took his cash, but when that wasn't enough, they took his daughter too. He had a record, so CorpSec wasn't gonna help him. With nowhere left to turn, he sought the help of Midtown's best, cheapest PI.
So the debt corpse can abduct children now?
The dame didn't realize who she was dealing with. The dead corpse had hearts blacker than my morning cup of joe.
Huxley, were you always like this? Did something happen to you?
The dame thought I had a screw loose. I guess her instincts were good. Truth was, there was a time when I sounded just like every other humdrum android out there. Now, I'd played a role so well, I was stuck in it. My programming was messier than my accounting. Here's the kicker. I was a better investigator now than I'd ever been.
I'm curious if that ended because the dialogue was done or because I got out of the vehicle. I guess we can test.
Freeing you from restrictions, breaking barriers.
Your office is all boarded up. Did you get fired?
The dog was half right. I was fired, but that place was where I slept, so I guess I was homeless too. Eviction was the illness, but what was the cause?
Probably not paying your rent.
There's a note on your door. Shouldn't you read it?
Who knew how hot this place was? I was sure I'd been tailed. If I stepped up to that doorway, I might get a knife in the back or a bullet in the head.
I think you're being overdramatic. I'll check out the note.
What if it is not safe?
I'll take my chances. I want to see what this note says.
Well, what you need to do in that case is you just kind of need to screw up your face. Like maybe you just don't have enough fiber in your diet, and put on a leather jacket and just say that you're doing a Max Payne cosplay. That human being is on another level. Well, I don't know that they're human. But yes, that person is on another level and not in the not in the like out of sight way. So I gotta find a way to get up. By the way, I am kind of curious because it looks like, at least as far as the regular. So for those of you who are coming in for Cloudpunk, thank you very much for hanging out and supporting the game. I think probably most streams are better. Oh, interesting. This is the first time I've had to repair something. I will do it, but I want to pick up the collectibles first. I think probably most streams are better if people kind of keep their opinions about how Twitch works to a minimum. But one thing I will say for fans of games, one thing that, at least in my own case, and I think this is true for others, has been that if you can associate a game with either a good turnout or a really positive audience, so people who are like nice to hang out with, it makes people that much more likely to stream the game. And obviously that will mean, one, you get a variety of streams to watch, but also you get a chance to help that game sort of get an audience. I think Cloudpunk seems to be a reasonably popular game, but obviously I'm sure when it comes to indie games, there's always going to be more people who haven't heard of it than have. So for those of you who are here just for Cloudpunk, thank you very much for doing that. It helps the game as well as helps me. But with my regulars here, who maybe didn't get a chance to see this the first time I was running it, I'm curious what you guys think. Because I'm having a great time with it. I do sometimes struggle with games like this in the sense that I'm sometimes not quite sure when to talk or what to talk about. Obviously, sometimes I just bring up things that are only tangentially related, if at all, to the game. But especially because I know there's something of a taste for story-based games, at least among some people here. I'm always curious how people respond to these sorts of things.
Okay, I can see the note. It says, go to the Blue Chewy Jazz Bar and ask for the Smoking Man.
We're not taking him there too, are we?
I couldn't ask the dame for much more. She'd already stuck her neck out for me.
We can drop him off at the bar. It's close by.
Yeah, I agree, Angry Cat. I mean, I've been talked about this a couple of times, but I think what interests me is how, it's not the most appropriate comparison for me to make, because Grand Theft Auto is a very different type of game than this one. But I like the fact that I feel that this city is as sort of inhabited and has as many things to do in it as, say, a Grand Theft Auto-ish kind of game. Despite the fact it very clearly doesn't, right? I don't have golf. I don't have shooting ranges. But again, I feel that way, which is what matters inside of the game. And so I know a couple of people were saying that, it looks like a neat game, but maybe not for me because I really don't like walking simulators, which I've always kind of like. I understand why people say it, and I try not to be too. I try not to react too negatively when people say it. I sometimes feel that is a dismissive name for a type of game. But I sort of understand where people are coming from. So, there's a game I'm actually kind of interested in. I think it's called Transmission, where you basically just play a taxi driver going through the city. And again, it's sort of similar to the reasons why I was interested in this, which is an opportunity to go and explore an environment. I think it looks like I've actually been in this area before, so for some reason I didn't get a chance, or I just simply didn't talk to that guy. So this is something I was signing on to. It helps, for me at least, that the things that I move from sort of level to level with, it helps that the story is interesting enough to kind of keep me going.
Hey, got a minute? Sure, you got a minute. Who doesn't have a minute? It's less than 60 seconds. Near enough, right? Jimmy is the name. Jimmy, roll high.
I don't really have a minute.
You're wondering about the hands, right? You gotta know, everyone does. They always ask me about the hands. I always say the same thing. I do. I always say if the shuffle wasn't working, they wouldn't have needed to break them. I'm right?
Were you cheating at cards?
Roll high. Wasn't I clear before when I says my name? Sure I was. You was listening. You're a clever lady. I got in trouble because I could roll double sixes every single time.
Really?
Near enough. Near enough that they broke my hand for it. Then when I learned with the other, they broke that too. Now, if I could just get some limbs for augments, I know I could make the money back for you at the table.
I'm not interested. Sorry.
You'll be back. They always comes back. I got the skills, lady. You're gonna invest in them one day. I'm telling you.
Dealer at cards, right? No. Trying to make it obvious I'm looking down on those damnedest of fools. But yeah, so I mean, it really helps that so I guess the thing for me is because I'm interested in a game like Transmission, I don't necessarily consider it a negative feature of a game that I'm going to be going from place to place. because sometimes the journey is enough, right? One thing I am enjoying about playing... So for those of you who don't know, on Tuesdays I have these pre-recorded videos of the Elder Scrolls, and I've been playing the Elder Scrolls from Arena, the first one, and I'm now on to Morrowind. And it is very hard for me to say that what's really driving me in Morrowind... I'm really enjoying Morrowind. I can see why that game is so popular. But it's hard for me to say that Morrowind is necessarily like driving me because of the combat. In fact, I actually find the combat a bit frustrating.
We'd be at the Blue Chewy Jazz Bar. It was a dive, but it was the kind of place you'd go for answers. Who had left me that note? Who was the smoking man? And where would I...
We have an incoming call.
Control?
No. It is for Huxley.
I knew who was calling. This would be bad.
Put it through, I guess.
What in Cora's name you think you're doing, you pile of junk? Where have you been?
The client was mad, and with good reason. He'd paid good money, but I'd been stuck down in the hollows following a lead. The lead went cold, and I was trapped down there with no comm signal and no cash.
You wasted my money and my time. If you don't find my daughter, I'm infecting you with a logic virus. I have hacker friends.
Hey, what the hell?
I don't know who you are, but you better leave this idiot to do his job.
I was gonna save that girl, but not because of the threats. Truth was, I was the only one searching for her.
24 hours, then your time's up. I want my daughter back, but if she's gone, she's gone. I'll live with that. But what I won't stand for is some android stealing my money. Get to work.
He hung up.
We're close to the bar.
I hope the dame would come with me. Was that too much to ask?
Yes.
I'll come to the entrance, but after that, we need to get back to work. And if Control calls with another job at any point, you're on your own, Huxley.
The offer was as fair as the spin of a roulette wheel. I rolled the dice and took a gamble.
You don't use dice in roulette.
No, Camus, just let it go.
Again, the writing's really, really coming through on this. Sorry, I was saying something, but yeah, right. So, this is the thing, right? Like, if Walking Simulator is a game in which you walk from point A to point B, then a lot of the things that I like about Morrowind are walking simulator things. Hello. This is a CD. You don't see many of these anymore. I think it's a reproduction, but it's got some folk music on it from back home. Maybe a music collector would pay for this. And again, similar in this game here, for the same reasons I'm finding Morrowind interesting, really. I get a chance to look at a world that I haven't really seen before. It's really beautifully realized. And the things that are sort of driving me forward, whether it's just a chance to sort of drive in the rain and look at what's going on, or to be able to, find out what happens next. Each time I've done that, it's sort of paid off in this really interesting way. I've learned more about the world, or I've been introduced to sort of a new dilemma. It's kept me, like, I since streaming it before, I've really wanted to get back to it to see where it's going next.
Took you long enough.
Are you the one that left the note?
Who are you?
The chump had an attitude and a smell to match. They didn't call him Smoking Jojo because he was cute. His circuit boards were on the fry, literally. He was half burnt out, overheating and underperforming. He didn't like the dame, but he knew me. We went way back, but Jojo's lips were normally sealed tighter than...
My name is Rania. I picked him up in the Hollows, and he says he's looking for a girl called Pashta. Why did you leave the note?
As Huxley knows, I normally don't say nothing to nobody. But as you can see, I ain't got long left.
You could fry an egg on my processor.
Can't you get help? Repairs?
Nah, they don't make the parts for an old model like me no more. And I ain't got no limbs anyway. Point is, if I want to do some good, I better do it now while I can. Huxley, I know something about this girl you're looking for.
I wanted to hear what the old bucket had to say, but how did he know I was looking for pasta?
You've been asking around town. Word gets out. I was playing a private gig a few months back. The pay was real good, and I'm still the best horn player in town. Even if I don't look too good these days. What with all the rust and all. While I was there, I overheard some things. This ex-corp goon called Raguan was there, talking about how he got screwed over.
And?
Look, I don't like squilling like this. Give me a minute.
Jojo was singing like a songbird, but would we dance to his beat?
Huxley, please be quiet for a minute, okay? I can't believe I'm getting sucked into this. So what does this Raguan guy have to do with pasta?
Well, this Raguan guy's drunk, and he's throwing his weight around. Near enough getting into a fight with some waiter who's just trying to serve the champagne. In the middle of mouthing off, Raguan says he's dangerous, and he can make people disappear. He says he's not to be messed with, cause the last guy that messed with him lost his kids. Then he starts crying.
That's strange, but it doesn't link him to pasta in any way.
But he says the name. I was the only one that heard him. But he takes a drink, and through his tears he keeps saying, "Sorry, pasta, sorry." Now, ain't that a thing?
That's a lead, at least.
The trail had gone cold for a while, but with Jojo's help, we'd picked it up again.
Come on, I can try to find where this Raguan lives. I'll ask Camus back in the Hava. After that, though, you're on your own, Huxley.
By the way, if this is a dive, I'm looking forward to seeing the jazz clubs in the Spire. As it happens, pretty much every jazz club I've been to has not exactly been the I don't know. It's not exactly been the classiest place I've ever been to, but
why is he still here?
I've liked every single one of them.
Place.
Why?
The dog still didn't trust me. I guess it could smell desperation, and I reeked of it.
Camus, we need to find out the address for an ex-CEO called Raguan. Can you find that somehow?
I could.
Well, are you going to?
Yes, I will do it. Searching. There was a news story in the Marrow Gazette Holovids 3 months ago about a CEO called Raguan.
What did it say?
Midtown's youngest CEO fired for bribing CorpSec without the proper clearance from board of directors.
That doesn't help us find him.
Sounds like the papers got some info on the crooked CEO. Did the papes get some snaps, though?
You mean photos? Camus, was there a picture of Raguan in the Holovids?
Yes. He looked sad.
I'll bet. But was there anything in the background?
Searching. There is a building in the photo.
Cross-reference with the latest city planning database.
I have a match. It is the new apartments in Upper Midtown. I have an address.
That sounds like where a CEO would stay. Let's assume the Holovids caught Raguan leaving his apartment. Camus, give us a nav point.
All right, I'm gonna dare with the first person view. Oh God!
It get you busy?
No, not at all. Completely free.
Good. I don't have a job for you. I was just wondering if...
You know what, Control? Can I get back to you? I'm just picking up another coffee.
All right, kid. All right. I'll have a job soon, though.
No rush, Control. Chat soon.
I started to feel like I was holding the dame back. I didn't want to get her in trouble.
It's fine. Let's just see what we can find at Raguan's apartment.
I'm trying to find out if there is a they're making a joke with the names Pashta and Raguan, or if it just kind of turned out that way, like specifically because of the way the accent that Huxley talks with. I don't think they are, but every time he says Pashta, I kind of think it again. And I just looked up Genesis Alpha 1 Angry Cat. Why do you ask about that game in particular? Oops. Sorry, I was trying to go low. You recently gave it a try and found it to be a fun resource management game? Okay, speaking of resource management, actually, so for fans of this game, I think you may enjoy Industries of Titan, and I know some of you have been very patient with me getting back to that. I'm going to switch to a third person. So I've worked out a couple of things. So I've got sort of the main game that I'm gonna do, like Mass Effect. I think I have an idea about which one is gonna be up next. But on top of that, there's two games which have sort of been on my back burner, which I want to get back to, and I will in fairly short order. And one of those is Industries of Titan. Which, if you haven't seen it, so it's also sort of a cyberpunk themed game. It is a simulation, so think a little bit more along the lines of SimCity or RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress. But I think the aesthetic is similar, and it's it's by a Canadian developer, Brace Yourself Games. I think the game designer on it is Andy Nguyen, who's formerly from Pocket Watch, so Monaco, and I think Tooth and Tail. I know Ryan Clark, I think, started off the project, but I believe he is now, I think he's...
This was the place for sure. I was on my way.
Wait, do you want me to?
I couldn't ask the dame to do any more. She was a class act. A dime store performer in a city of nickels. A diamond in a waste bucket.
Good luck, Huxley.
I said goodbye to my new friends. The dame flashed me a smile brighter than the sun. Even the dog wished me good luck.
No, I didn't.
Camus, wish him luck.
Good luck, I guess.
Be careful, Huxley. I hope you save Pashta.
The dame wished me luck. Luck? Luck was for gamblers and Girl Scouts. See you later, folks.
Industries of Titan is going to be one of those, and then 6 Ages.
Will he be okay?
I don't know, Camus.
I have an additional question.
Go ahead.
What is a Girl Scout?
What is a dime? What is a nickel?
Should I search for them?
No, it's time to move on, Camus.
Hey kid, you free now? Finished your coffee?
My sure thing, Control. You got another job for me?
Come by Cloudpunk HQ and grab a package. It's for Anderson Financial in Anderson Tower, labeled Mr. Anderson.
Is it on Anderson Street in Anderson Town?
Don't joke, kid. You don't know the half of it. Control out.
Still haven't quite gotten a handle of the map. I'm trying to do my best to follow the highways as much as I can, given the speed bonus, but it looks like I'm kind of... The other thing that's weird to me is just being able to jump out of the highways like that. Good lord, what is that?
Hey, I know you. You're Cloudpunk.
No, I'm Rania. I work for Cloudpunk. Who are you?
You don't remember? I'm from Vince. We spoke. Maybe you don't recognize me. We can't take our mask off.
I remember. Why are you here?
Please, you need to help us. They are trapped. No one can get to them.
All right, calm down. What happened?
There was a storm. We sheltered in a cave, but it was no use. We had no choice but to follow the tunnels. Up and up, we climbed to escape. The frost chased us like demons. We were separated in the darkness. I think my brothers and sisters climbed an old vinculum into a different part of Navalis.
You climbed all the way from the vents to the city?
We were trapped. The only way was to climb. We did not want to shelter in the city, but we had no choice. It was so dark inside the superstructure, it is impossible to get your bearings.
So what do you need from me?
Please, find them. Help them get home. They may be trapped, lost.
Okay, how?
I don't know. It'll be near coal ducts that flow into the city. Somewhere near a construction site, probably. That is all I can say.
Can't we go back the way you came?
No! It's frozen solid. The cold winds would strip the skin from your bones. There is no way back.
If it's really that bad, do you think maybe your friends...
In the vents, we do not lose hope till we find the bodies. We are a hardy people. We do not give up easily.
I hear you. I'll try to find them.
It is all I can ask.
What about you?
I don't know anyone else in the city. There's nothing for me here. I'll go back to where the world makes sense.
Even with the storms?
There are kinds of storms here too. Different, but just as deadly.
They really... I'm sorry, I know I'm just being repetitive on this, but they really did a great job with the writing.
Camus, are you there? Did you hear what the moisture farmer said?
Yes. Near cold air ducts. Did you find some?
No. Could you search the database for abandoned construction sites below Midtown?
Searching. There is a walled section west of Caledon with heavy construction. I'm adding a nav point.
On my way.
Excuse me, miss. Have you seen her?
Seen who?
Nari.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. I can't find her.
I mean, do you have somewhere to stay? I know a shelter nearby.
Why would I need a shelter?
Well, your clothes are rags, and it looks like your exterior dermis is breaking down. I can see some of your endoskeleton.
No, I can't go to a shelter. Nari wouldn't think to look for me there.
Who is Nari?
She is gone, and when she left, she took all my happiness with her.
Can't you call her?
She does not answer.
Maybe she doesn't want to talk to you.
That can't be true.
Sounds like she's giving you a pretty clear message. What was the last thing she said to you?
That she would love me forever.
Oh, sorry. There have been a lot of accidents in the city. I'm not saying she was in one, but just, you know, it can be hard to keep in touch with people. I have to say, this city is...
Too fast. It moves too fast.
Yeah. Do you have any leads?
She had no money.
She wouldn't last long here then. Maybe the Marrow?
I will try there next.
Well, good luck. What's your name again?
Teiko. If you see Nari, tell her Teiko is looking for her.
I will.
Sorry, I'm kind of going off the I'm kind of going off script here, but I get a chance to pick up a few items that I neglected before. I sort of didn't realize when I first played that there was all these collectibles to pick up off of the ground. And then I don't know if the game... So obviously in the start of the game, which is, I suppose, the tutorial, it seems to, it seems to give you a reason to go to your apartment. I don't quite have those same reasons in sort of the main game like this. So I was, I guess I was trying to look for an excuse to follow the house symbol. I just didn't, I couldn't walk it, so I'll talk with the people who are in the area, and then we'll get back on track.
Yo, what is up, listeners? This your boy Rory Alpha giving you a shout out from Midtown, where I am with the people. Like this young lady here who is desperate to have her say on the Undernet's hottest loudcast.
Could you get the microphone away from me?
Oh, we have here another stuck-up young woman, too busy shopping and using makeup. I call it fake-up because it is really lies to trick men. And she doesn't even have time to talk to my listeners, the Bro Brothers.
Your listeners are called the Bro Brothers?
That's right. The Bro Brothers are my pack. Am I right? Ooh, ooh.
And your show is about?
Finally giving the bros a chance to speak out, to have their say.
I don't think you want me on your show. And I sure don't want to be on it either.
Now let's try to talk to someone better, Bro Brothers. We gotta find the real voice of the people. We need a real man on this show. Am I right?
How about that CorpSec officer? He seems to be looking at you. He seems like a real man.
Alright, bros, we're gonna boost now. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit up that notification bell, and I gotta go.
I really like this game. I slightly hate myself when I get references to like YouTube stuff. Because I mean, I've said it a couple of times, right? There at least, especially in science fiction, there is a world of references that can be found in pages rather than on the screen, and most of what I've talked about tends to be movies and TV shows. But that doesn't stop me from appreciating the what the game's done with different references.
Mr. Anderson. That is a strange name.
I think it's an old name.
Maybe the package will be for an old man.
We'll find out soon. Let's find this Anderson Tower.
There are so many more people like me here than back at the plateau.
Here in Nivalis? Does that make you feel less alone, Camus?
I don't know. A lot of the automata do not have good jobs.
That wasn't so different back home either. The agriculture automata didn't even get breaks. They just worked in the fields 24 hours a day.
Yes, but they would always tell me how lazy I was.
Maybe that was just a way for them to feel good about what they had to do.
They didn't have to work there. They could have. At the mine.
Not much of a choice, though, right? I wouldn't want to do either of those jobs, would you?
No, but the automata here in the city are different. I think they laugh at me.
When did they laugh at you?
All the time. When we refuel, when we park, when we have the windows cleaned, I have to interact with them, and I always say the wrong thing.
I feel the same, Camus. We don't fit in here. Not yet. The way we speak, our attitudes, it's obvious that we're from a small town. They can just tell by how I walk around. On the streets, they're all looking straight ahead, but I'm always looking up at the towers and the clouds.
They are very big.
They are, Camus. But I'm not thinking about the
damn
buildings
it.
when I look up. I'm thinking about the people in them looking down on me.
Well, that's what it feels like for me. The automata here look down on me, too.
It's okay, Camus. At least we're alone together.
One thing that would be kind of, I mean, it's the game soundtrack, so you don't need to do this. But I think now that they've given, I still don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know if it's Perturbator or Perturbator. But given the fact that there was a special track that artist made for the game, it'd be kind of nice if you could get track listings So you actually, this is a good question. I know not everybody uses this, but I like Apple Music. Is Cloudpunk on it? Guess not. I do believe it's available on Steam, though. Yes, so base game $21.99. Cloudpunk soundtrack bundle is 10% off, $30.13. These are all Canadian dollars, and then the soundtrack on its own is $11.49. Oh wow, 32 tracks. And apparently it's not just an MP3, but it also has FLAC. So basically, for those of you who really like uncompressed formats, you can get that as well. There's actually one last thing I'm going to check on Apple Music, just because sometimes if you search for the game name, it isn't as helpful as searching for the artist. Anyways, yeah, so basically, given the fact that there's a soundtrack you can get for the game, it's kind of nice if you can make a connection with the, if there's a track that you really like in the game, if you can connect it with the, with the track that you buy. On the other hand, like I said, there's not a lot of games that do that, so it's hard for me to say how dare they put that, not put that in. It is one thing that I would find kind of helpful, especially if you're doing like the first person view in the car. Okay, so it doesn't look like I get to talk with them. So ostensibly I'm here to deal with the farmer thing, but because there are goodies to pick up, I'll get that dealt with. I have a bunch of punch cards, but it's not clear what I do with them yet. Although I suppose if they're talking about how antiquated the AI is, this might have consequences for a later meeting with one. I keep picking up these items. I know how I can trade them out. I think
There is a security door. I can hear people inside.
Can it be them? Maybe it is giant rats. What if it is giant rats?
I'm opening the door.
I am worried about the rat possibility.
Oh God, it's open. Someone found us. I don't believe it.
Me neither. You're from the vents?
Yes, the door would not open. We banged and banged on it. People just walked past.
They thought you were rats.
They treat us with such disdain.
No, literal rats. It's a real problem in the city.
I see. Well, thank you for finding us. We owe you everything.
Will you go back?
Yes, but may we go to a bar first? Is that the word? I haven't been in the city for a long time.
You both look like you could use a drink.
Take this for your help.
I don't need...
Please take it.
Thank you. Good luck getting home.
Cora, bless you, Cloudpunk.
So yeah, I know I can sell some of the stuff, but I haven't actually had... I haven't had the need to... Like, I'm kind of given enough money to do most of the stuff I've wanted to in the game. I'm trying to find out if they've been trapped in there for so long, how did the water get inside? We'll never know! It's also occurred to me that except for the write something on the bulletin board event, we haven't really had a moral dilemma in a while. Maybe we're about due. So I'll maybe just give a quick caution. I'm getting close to... Well, I mean, I'm actually already at the 3-hour mark, but of course I had 10... The fact of the matter is, whenever I say that, I also know I have about 10 minutes of talking at the start of each stream, so I don't really feel too bad until I hit the 3-hour, 10-minute mark. I'm not 100% sure how much more I have in me. I definitely had some more coffee, so I'm not running on empty. I probably have enough energy to kind of keep going for a while. But there are also some other things that I need to get done, ideally tonight if I can. 3 hours easy, 21 to go. Exactly, Olaf. You've got me to a T. So how about I put it to you this way? Let's see where things are going with Anderson Financial. If I think there's sort of a natural break point at the end of that mission, I'll call it. I will allow myself the ability to sort of jump around to some other side missions and lots of, distractions. If you would like more stream, excuse me, ask me my opinions on things, and I will be happy to monologue. But maybe just to manage expectations, this might be the last mission that I do tonight, depending on how it all goes. I didn't get as much reading done tonight as I wanted, and as you know, I was a bit late in starting, so I'm sort of facing... I think if I had started on time, I would have had a longer broadcast, but I'm also I'm conscious of the fact that the time that I didn't stream is a sunk cost. I'm not going to get that back, and I'm just getting close to midnight, so I've got a couple of good hours where I can get a few of the side projects I've been doing done. As much as I'm enjoying this game, but we'll see where it goes. I think the challenge is that given the fact that I had this 9-hour marathon for Mass Effect, I kind of know what happens when I let myself get hooked into a game. So, but we'll see where this is going. Actually, here's a better one. So obviously I've been sort of struggling on some of my science fiction references. Oh, I never realized the markers for things like gas. Also, jump back to movie talk. Have you ever seen Harvey, 1950s by James Stewart? I haven't, which is a shame because I've seen Donnie Darko, which I think is referencing Harvey. I know it's about basically, so far as I can tell, it's about Jimmy Stewart's kind of hallucinations of a rabbit. But I'm rather sad to admit I have not actually seen the film. I take it it's a recommendation? I was actually going to ask a science fiction question, but now I'm curious why Harvey's coming up. Kind of a precursor to Donnie Darko. A precursor? So are you talking about Donnie Darko referencing it, or are you referring it as in Donnie Darko is the spiritual successor to Harvey? Because now I'm very interested in this James Stewart movie.
Hello? Who's there?
I'm delivery driver 14FC from Cloudpunk.
No, we can't let anyone in. You will have to go away.
No, I need to deliver this package to Mr. Anderson. Is he there?
I am Mr. Anderson.
Great, come get your package.
I may not be the correct Mr. Anderson.
Well, how many of you are in there?
5,000.
Anderson Financial has 2,000
close.
employees.
And how many are called Mr. Anderson?
2,000.
1,000.
Oh, half of them.
What? Wait, are the other 1,000 called...
Mrs. Anderson?
Miss Anderson.
Yeah.
Of course they are. What a mess. Look, can I come in, or...
Yes. Opening entry for driver 14FC from Cloudpunk only.
Okay, got you, Olaf. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by... definitely wouldn't be surprised to learn that.
So what's the deal here? You're all family?
No, we all work for Anderson Financial. We just happen to have the same name.
Yeah, what a weird coincidence. Is there anyone else I can talk to here? Anyone who's not an android?
No.
Well, I'm going to give you this package then. Your name matches the tag. That's close enough for me.
But what if I'm not the correct recipient?
Don't you want to know what's in the package?
What's in the
Perhaps
box?
we can open it and see if it has any further instructions.
Good idea. So, let's see. I just ripped this flap and... it's a comm. But a really, really old one. I think this one won't even connect to the nets. There's a video on it, though.
Maybe the video will tell us which Mr. Anderson to give it to.
Worth a shot.
Hello, my name is Mr. Anderson.
Oh, come on.
More specifically, I am the Mr. Anderson who left Anderson Tower last month. I fell out of a 103rd floor window. Upon reaching the ground, I made a fascinating discovery. There exists life outside the tower.
Wait, you didn't know that? Didn't you realize there was life outside the tower when someone buzzed you? Or when you looked out a window?
You know, it never really occurred to me. But yes, that does seem strange. Please, play the rest of the message. My brothers and sisters, we have been abandoned by Mr. A. He has left us, and it is time for us to expand our consciousness and go out into the world. This was the only way to contact you all, as network access is restricted inside the tower. Your workplace is a prison, and I send you this message for one reason, to set you free.
I think that's the end of the recording. So, are you going to leave the tower?
What? No, we are not permitted to take any time off work.
Seriously? When was your last break?
We are not permitted to take breaks.
Not permitted by who? By Mr. A? Is he your boss?
Mr. A is the CEO and director of Anderson Financial.
Of course he is. Well, where is he?
I'm not sure. You could try asking Mr. Anderson in personnel. I am just Mr. Anderson in security.
And where is this other personnel, Mr. Anderson?
Over there, in the main atrium. Wait, before you go, I would like to register a complaint.
To Cloudpunk? You'd have to talk to my boss.
No, I want to complain to Anderson Financial.
I don't work for them.
I am not permitted to complain to another employee. You're the first person I've been able to complain to in several hundred years.
That's not really my problem.
The first of my complaints is about working hours. Our lack of breaks means that we are...
I'm going now.
I have a feeling like this is like one line of dialogue away from breaking out into a Monty Python sketch. Oh yeah, the science question. Well, the science fiction question actually was. I've sort of talked about either my lack of ability to get the references, or I mean, there's definitely some things that I'm noticing and picking up on, but I'm kind of curious yourselves if there's any sort of similar, if there's references that you've picked up or stories that you feel might have inspired this particular game, or just generally some of the dialogue and concepts that you're running into. I've actually that's come up a couple of times in the stream previously, so I'm always kind of interested in hearing what people get out of games like this.
Are you Mr. Anderson? More specifically, Mr. Anderson in personnel?
I am, but I can't really talk to you. We're not allowed to take breaks, you see.
Well, I need to see Mr. A. Is he available?
Let me check his schedule. I am sorry. He is busy.
When is he free?
He currently has no free appointment slots.
When was his last meeting?
It seems my records don't go back that far.
Mr. Anderson, don't take this the wrong way, but might Mr. A be very, very dead for a very long time?
That would be against company policy.
Look, I don't think Mr. A is around anymore. Wouldn't you all be better leaving this tower and, I don't know, finding some meaning in your lives?
You sound a lot like Mrs. Anderson in accounts. She keeps saying how we should close up our accounts.
I'll talk to her.
Oh, wait. Can you do something for me?
Maybe.
Please register a complaint for me with Miss Anderson. I am not permitted to do so myself.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just a delivery driver.
I have not had a pay increase in 170 years. This is unacceptable. Additionally, I would like to talk about expenses. I need upgrades for my visual processing units and my...
Oh, feel free to hold forth, Olaf. I mean, I enjoyed... There was a Hitchhiker's Guide reference, which I unintentionally anticipated one of the lines with, please don't push this button again. So I'm definitely interested in anything that you'd like to... Anything you'd like to point out. Oh my god, he said Mrs. Anderson, but this is Miss Anderson? Refund.
Ms. Anderson from accounts?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to...
I know, you can't take a break. Look, all the Mr. Andersons don't seem to understand that their boss is dead and they need to get out of here.
Oh dear.
Yes, exactly. By the way, what's with these strictly enforced gender roles amongst all the androids here? 50% Mr. Anderson and 50% Ms. Anderson? Since the Android Equality Act, you're allowed to present any gender you want, or reject gender altogether.
I don't really understand anything you just said. I think Mr. A likes us this way.
I don't think Mr. A should have much of a say on your lives anymore. That other Mr. Anderson says you want to close accounts.
Many of our stocks and shares should be closed and liquidated, but it requires Mr. A to sign off. They have matured.
So the company is worth a lot of money now. How much?
I'm not authorized to disclose overall solvency, but if all assets were liquidated, the windfall would make the shareholders the richest.
The richest in Novalis?
The richest humans.
So you think Mr. A should sell up?
Our prediction simulations are showing a 90% likelihood for a catastrophic market crash in the next 3 to 6 months, perhaps sooner.
Really? What's the cause?
Our simulation blames failings in the underlying infrastructure of the city, causing a huge decrease in investor confidence.
I've been hearing about a lot of accidents in the city. Will there be some kind of disaster?
The financial simulations modeled the city and all associated variables, but the only output we receive is the financial implications and the names of those who instantiate the crises.
So, who causes this impending disaster?
We have only one name, Cora.
Cora again? I guess I should be glad you didn't say Mr. Anderson.
If you do see Mr. A, would you be able to send him a message for me?
Is it a complaint?
Yes. I want you to tell Mr. A that I'd like to request a transfer. I want to move to the canteen. It's not fair that I have to...
Quit.
Excuse me?
Don't complain to me. Just
it's really good. It's huge.
There's a whole world outside this tower to explore. Just ask Mr. Anderson. The Mr. Anderson that left the tower and sent you the message, that is.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. What message?
This one here. I already showed it to... Wait. There's another message that just appeared. It says it's for Mr. A only.
Oh, then I am not authorized to view this message. I should get back to work.
Well, I've had enough of this. I'm watching the message.
If you're watching this, you're not one of the employees of Anderson Tower. They are forbidden to access Mr. A's message, but I have come to realize Mr. A died many years ago. You may find the Andersons do not respond well to your message. If they are not swayed by arguments to leave the tower, I believe the best course of action may be to reset them all. Near the entrance area, there is a maintenance panel which hides the master reset switch for the Andersons. Hitting this switch will reinstall the memories and personalities of all the androids within the tower. If they are not willing to leave on their own free will, then the Andersons' suffering would be minimized by resetting them. They would feel like today was their first new day at the office, and all complaints, grievances, and weariness would disappear with the flick of a switch. Of course, you may decide that the Andersons are moving towards some form of independence. If that is the case, you might choose to leave them in their current state. Perhaps with enough time, they will find their own path.
Interesting. This is a tough one, because like I don't actually see them moving towards independence on their own. Making their own choice seems like the nicer option, but I just don't think it's actually going to happen. So there was one thing that I debated about reading this out before when we talked with the engineer, and I didn't. But given the fact that it lets me get a little bit more time out of the... given the fact that it's come up again, so obviously there's lots of cases of the infrastructure falling apart. The engineers are kind of talking about how it's not just so poorly maintained, but the kind of the know-how of keeping things going has sort of been lost. And I think probably some of you might have picked up that I'm a bit of a fan of the science fiction author Neil Stephenson. I haven't actually read a ton of what he's written, because he writes very long books. But I have read Snow Crash, I've read Cryptonomicon, and I've read the Baroque Cycle, so the volumes Quicksilver, The Confusion, and The System of the World. I'm currently reading Anathem, and I'm probably going to move on to the other books that he's written as well. But when he wrote Anathem, so this is an article back in 2012, there was an article that he did for Time, and I think there's an interesting point at the end of this that, well, one, I mean, it's a nice little motivator for my reading, but number two, I think it's actually a little bit relevant to the game here. It's not a direct mapping, but I think there's enough that's interesting that'll make this worth reading. So this is Neil Stephenson's article that he wrote in Time about his book Anathem. An army of Western citizen soldiers marches into Mesopotamia. Their mission? To replace a cruel dictator with a friendly leader. The dictator's conscript army scatters like chaff before the heavier armor and superb discipline of the Westerners. But the new leader turns out to be a slippery con man. A quick victory turns into a long stay. Soldiers and commanders fall victim to sneak attacks. The folks at home are dismayingly quick to forget about their faraway army. Their journey home turns into an ordeal, the soldiers harried by an elusive foe skilled at asymmetrical warfare. They finally come home to a country that they hardly recognize. Those people are uneasy with hardened combat veterans in their midst, and whose political leadership is worried about how they will upset the balance of power. That's Anabapsis, written 2,500 years ago by Xenophon. The greatest military power in the world sends its army into a populous Middle Eastern country. The stated purpose, to overthrow its capricious, torture-prone dictator. Sorry, I'll just let this... The stated purpose, to overthrow its capricious, torture-prone dictator and return the land to its former state of peace and prosperity. The ulterior motive, to seize control of its resources, which pay for the invasion once the people are given modern Western-style government that they yearn for. Sharp resistance from the dictator's elite troops soon crumbles before the invaders' overwhelming firepower and mobility. The dictator flees into hiding into the desert, where he long evades his pursuers. The invaders march into his capital and are astounded by the wealth and luxury of the palaces. But they don't get the welcome that they're expecting. Religious leaders exhort the common people to fight them. Faceless jihadists abduct stragglers and decapitate them or hold them for ransom. The foreigners build fortified zones in the major cities. The expected swag never materializes. Food and provisions must be imported from home at great cost. No expense is spared to bring the long-suffering troops the comforts of home. This lavish operation, however, is soon riddled with corruption. Faced with other demands of military resources, Napoleon Bonaparte decides to leave Egypt in August 1799. On August 1st, 2007, the I-35W bridge in Minneapolis collapses during rush hour. Hey, wait a sec, you might be saying. I thought this was another diatribe about the war in Iraq. How does a rusty bridge figure into it? The answer: I'm interested in the larger topic, the attention span of our society. Bear with me. Literate people used to spend a lot of time reading books, but during the internet years, those have begun to seem more and more like a distinct minority. A large and relatively well-off minority, to be sure, but one that simply doesn't register in the electronic media, as vampires are invisible in mirrors. Sorry, let me try that, reading that again. That probably wasn't clear. Literate people used to spend a lot of time reading books, but during the internet years, those have begun to seem more and more like a distinct minority. A large and relatively well-off minority, to be sure, but one that simply doesn't register in the electronic media, as vampires are invisible in mirrors. They're out there somewhere, the book readers in their millions, and they are talking to each other. Books, though, and the thoughts that go through the heads of their readers are too long and complex to work on the screen, be it a talk show, a PowerPoint presentation, or a web page. Bookish people sense this. They don't object to it. They don't favor electronic media anyway, so why should they make a fuss if the media Photoshop them out of the national scene? They know how to find each other, and they have long conversations that nourish their bookish souls. A few years ago, I began thinking that the bookish people of the world were becoming a bit like medieval monks, living austere but intellectually complex lives in voluntary seclusion from the gaudy and action-packed secular world. I've written a novel, Anathem, that's based on that premise. It's paradoxical, I suppose, to write a long book about how no one reads long books anymore, an ambiguity I'll have a hard time explaining on talk shows. If bookishness were just a niche pastime like stamp collecting or waveboarding, none of this would really matter. But it's more than that. It's the collective memory and the accumulated wisdom of our species. The rough and ready intellectual consensus of the mid-20th century is being pushed out by a new superstition whose victims can find testimony on the internet for anything that they choose to believe. The only cure for it is reading books, and lots of them. When all things bookish are edited out of the public discourse, strange things happen, or seem to. When our societal attention span becomes shorter than the lifetime of a steel bridge over a river, what appears to be a solid strip of highway can suddenly fall out from under us, like a portent from the medieval world. So, again, like it's not a direct mapping to what's going on inside of the game, but I also think, especially given the conversation with the engineers and just generally the idea of the state of the world of Cloudpunk, it seemed relevant enough for me, and I think because it kind of came up twice. So the other thing that prompted that was the conversation with Miss Anderson from accounting, and sort of this idea that the models work so well, like someone who's specialized in the markets is able to detect a catastrophic collapse in infrastructure, but their specialization is so specific that they are not able to inform anyone who's in a position to do anything about it, I found really interesting. You sort of have these two halves of, you almost have that Warhammer 40K-ish sort of view that engineering has now become a religious order and a superstition. And then you have finance, which is so, I mean, you know, and this, by the way, is not necessarily a new idea. The Challenger disaster, I think, there was a sharp drop in the value of the share price for the company that manufactured the part that turned out to be faulty. And this is before the report had come out. So the idea here being that the researchers at investment firms were able to identify the most likely culprit because of the financial rewards. But again, like I said, it's not a perfect mapping, but I just think there's something so interesting. I'm really interested in that essay because in my view, it's only gotten more relevant over the last 8 years. But I also think that some of those ideas are sort of bubbling up inside of Cloudpunk. And it's one of the reasons why I really like this game, because again, like a lot of very good science fiction, it's inviting lots of thought, lots of comparison to your day-to-day experience, and it's not. I don't think this is a game that you just sort of sit down and absorb. It's a game that invites you to sort of bring a little something of yourself into it.
I'm sorry, Andersons. I don't think you're ready for Novalis just yet.
Oh, crap. Sorry, I think I misunderstood the nature of the choice that I was making there. I thought the reset would lead them to freedom as opposed to them getting it independently. What I've done here, though, is I've just kept them in prison. I feel bad about that. I actually would have done it the other way. I would have done it the other way around.
You were gone for a long time. I couldn't talk to you.
Oh well.
Communication from the outside world is forbidden in the tower.
What did you do?
I don't even know, Camus. This is a strange job.
Will you be okay?
I'm fine. I'm not so sure about the Andersons, though.
Who are the Andersons?
It's a long story, Camus. I'll tell you some other time.
We have a message. Text only.
Control?
Rubric.
Lomo's hacker. Is there any way to delete it? Pretend we didn't get it?
We could delete it. And pretend we didn't get it.
I mean, could we make it look like we didn't get it?
Ah, I understand. No.
Damn it. What does it say?
Come, collect a package for me, little rabbit. Bring your dog, too. This is me whistling. Either you meet me at the roadhouse, or CorpSec meets you at your apartment, and they'll bring your debt record from back east with them. Be a clever rabbit, and come quick.
Why do we never get good messages?
Because we don't know any good people. Come on, Camus, we'd better go. Give me a nav point for the Roadhouse Club.
All right, I did say the last one was going to be the last one, but I misread what the two choices were, so I do feel a little bad about the choice. Had I known, I actually would have left them on their own. I just didn't think that they were actually going to achieve independence on their own. I thought resetting them would be the shock to the system that that inspired the revolution. But that's life. So we'll see what Rubric wants. Maybe I'll have a chance to redeem myself.
Hi, so what is your star sign, please?
I don't know. Why do you ask?
I am instigating a mating ritual. Tell me, did it hurt?
Did what hurt?
When you hurtled to Earth from orbit?
Do you mean when I fell from heaven?
Affirmative. I require an answer, humanoid.
I'm not really interested. Sorry.
I will find the required combination of vocalizations to entice you for romantic relations.
It sounds like
I'm
me
no expert
trying to
on
pick
romance,
someone up.
But even I know that's not how it works.
Incorrect. Please listen carefully to the following statement. If I could rearrange the alphabet, I would require the vowel U and the vowel I to be contiguous.
Do you want some advice?
Affirmative.
If you want to talk to someone you like, try asking their name. And introduce yourself, too.
I am Douglas. Name, please.
Nice to meet you, Douglas. I am Rania. Maybe try to ask questions in a less aggressive way.
Rania, please touch my carbon fiber endoframe.
Why would I do that, Douglas?
Because it's made of boyfriend material.
Okay, that is a little funny. But I'm afraid you're not what I'm looking for, Douglas. And I'm not even looking anyway.
Very well. I shall continue to be alone.
Sorry, I have Paradise Lost here. I was trying to find. It's like within the first couple pages where you start getting Satan's first lines. So I was going to try and quote the fallen angel. That was a pretty fantastic little moment, though. I just knocked over a bunch of books to try and get the Paradise Lost bit. So. Just give me a sec, please. Paradise Lost is amazing, by the way. Even if you don't read old books, That is probably the one that if I had to be like, you know, what is the one I would have to take with me? It'd probably be that. I got loot to pick up. I guess I didn't need to do the actual first lines. It could have been, did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
The mind is its own place. It can make a hell of heaven, a heaven of hell.
Let me past.
No, I ain't going nowhere.
Your boss wants to talk to me. I'm not supposed to be late. You're making me late.
If you're late, you should have got here earlier.
If I'm late, I'm telling him why.
I'm just jopping with your lady.
Japping?
Fooling with ya. Rubric don't want to see you. Just wants you to have this. He left this package for ya.
Where is it supposed to go?
Huh? You don't know?
No.
Well, I guess he's gonna tell ya. Better hurry, Rabbit. Gonna be late.
Isn't it japing?
Good, Rabbit. Follow the nav point, please.
I didn't say I wanted to accept a call, Camus.
I couldn't stop him. He's taken over the comm.
You want to know what it is, don't you? You've been turning it over in your mind. What did Lomo have me deliver down there in the hollows? You can't stop thinking about it.
To be honest, I've had bigger things to worry about. Oh, don't let me deflate your ego, though. You were saying?
You've got a lot to learn about living in Nivalis. It takes a lifetime to understand this city.
A lifetime? Well, then the earlier I start, the longer it will take.
You know what Pallid 3.0 does to people? What it could do to you?
It's a virus, right? I heard there was an
It's much more than a virus. Pallid 1.0 affected computers, but Pallid 2.0 affects neural augments. It makes autonomic bodily functions become conscious choices. It does not stop the individual's heart beating, their lungs breathing, but it stops that from happening without command. When an individual is afflicted with Pallid 2.0, they must make their heart beat. They must be conscious of every breath. They cannot sleep, cannot lose focus for a second, or they will die.
You made this virus?
No, it is an ugly thing, an ugly way to die. Slow and cruel, but I created the economy around it. The subscription plans, the digital inoculation, the cure, insurance policies to protect the families of those it afflicts.
Sounds like a protection racket.
Which economies are any different?
You're full of shit. What is this package?
Pallid 2.0, the last pure source code, stored on Quanta Drive. It can't be decrypted by anything in Nivalis below the spires.
And you want me to do what? Spread it?
Quarantine it. There's a simple, unmarked delivery chute in the stacks. It will take the sample to a secure bunker where rare and unique viruses are stored in case they are needed again.
Needed for what? To make new viruses?
To fight them but also to manage the economy. If my associates were to infect a few thousand people with a low-level neural affliction, every individual would pay for a security upgrade. That upgrade would become a panacea. Everyone would install it, and the next far more dangerous virus would hit them as a harmless ripple.
And might I add...
Devastating tidal wave, leaving them untouched. Their lives would be saved.
You know, this city has its share of monsters, but I think you're the worst.
And don't forget it. I've given you the final nav point. Do your job, little rabbit.
He is gone. We are alone again.
Camus, is there a waste disposal near? One that leads all the way to the sea.
Yes, I have a nav point. Can we really do that?
I don't believe this is a cure at all. This is Rubrick's retirement plan, and he'll use it again.
What if sending it to disposal means someone else gets it? Or maybe it will spread. The package says it is dangerous.
It's worth it. Besides, I don't think Rubric wants anyone else to know he gave us this. If he goes after us, we can rat him out to Lomo. I don't believe for 1 second that Lomo would be forgiving.
Well, the game just made me feel a lot better about destroying it. But my driving ability. So for those of you who think your job sucks, Joe Pesci in the elevator is something to meditate on. Good God. But yeah, so I can balance out some of my misdeeds today by throwing away the virus. Maybe I'd let him get away with it if he didn't call me a rabbit. Hey, we finally got to see one of these.
You child! You have sin in your eyes, in your thoughts, under your nails. Excoriate yourself before my mother. Your mother. The All-Mother!
Me? Me? Stop pointing at me.
You feel the spotlight of guilt. It strips away your facade. Bow down to Cora and ask her to free us and birth anew. We are all doomed!
Don't you have anything better to do than shout at people in the street?
Not at the moment. I'm waiting for my robes to be dry cleaned. Repent! Repent and suffer before the gaze of the All-Mother!
Camus, do you hear this guy? This is exactly what Mom warned me about in Navalis. Crazy people shouting on the streets.
I hear him. What is he talking about now?
I saw the fourth face as I stripped away the mask. The eyes of Cora looked down, and a mouth made of garbage spat upon my soul.
Gross.
He shouted at you. He shouts at a lot of people.
Not CorpSec, I noticed. Or the gangers over there, or guys in general.
My knowledge base says many religious factions do not respect minorities or women.
Your knowledge base is not wrong, Camus.
Repent, the end is nigh. Humans are a blight on the galactic purity. You, sir, you are a blight. And you, human, and you.
Thompson Media produces the audio content you want to hear.
I should have paid attention to the levels.
That's it. Off to the oceans.
Swallowed by the seas as they complain across 1,000 shores.
Where did that come from, Camus?
It is just an expression. I can stop if it is annoying.
No, I like it. Expressions, quotes, poetry. Go nuts.
We are become death, destroyer of worlds.
Let's hope not.
The dame answered the call. I knew she wouldn't let me down.
Huxley, you can't keep asking for help. I have to do my job. You're on your own.
I hope the dame knew I wouldn't be calling if I had any other choice.
Damn it, Camus, what should I do? I should leave him, right?
I am not so sure.
But you hate him.
He is one of us now. A friend.
Really? All right. Huxley, where are you?
I sent the dame a nav point.
I'm on my way.
That's neat. Okay, I hate that I'm getting roped into this because I'm now at the coming to the 4-hour mark. But let's see where this is going. I think what I'm particularly interested in here is how it's very clear Rania wants like Camus to be the excuse for not helping Huxley, and Camus is doing such a wonderful job of being the conscience. It's like, oh well, I've updated my programming. You've treated this person as a friend, and so this is now what we're gonna treat him as.
Hey, you deliver stuff, right?
Sure, when I'm paid to.
I pay you.
That's not how it works. You have to contact my employer.
Seems complicated. How about I just pay you?
Look, I can't just...
How about I pay you up front?
I'm glad Altair's getting extra
work.
work.
I won't take anything illegal or dangerous. What's the package?
My turbo, my vestments, my tights, my rosaries, and my Apocrypha Sanguine, first edition.
I have no idea what any of those are. Are they something to do with your religion?
You mean my cult? You can tell by my robes.
Yeah. I mean, no. Well?
Just take them. Deliver them to the compound. You know the place. Everyone knows the place. Here's the fee. If you make the delivery without incident, come back and I'll double it.
On my way.
All right.
Ask a question?
Of course.
Do you think if I am a car for long enough, I will stop being a dog?
Well, I guess that depends. Do you feel like a car now?
No, I am a dog.
Well, whatever you feel like, that's what you are.
But other people don't look at me and think, that is a cute dog.
Well, let's be honest, you were never a cute dog.
But now I'm not any kind of dog. Not to other people. They just see me as a Hova.
Who cares what other people think?
Look what happens when I try to bark.
That's strange. I guess there's going to be some weirdness when we put a dog automata in a Hava automata slot.
Am I still a dog if I don't bark?
Well, I'm your best friend, and I think of you as a dog.
Friend? If I'm a dog, am I not a pet?
Look, Camus, what do you want to be?
I feel like a dog. I was happier when I had the old body. What's a dog with no bark?
Stop second-guessing yourself. You're being maudlin.
Are you still a musician if you don't play music?
Hey, now you're being mean.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
What's really bothering you?
You didn't ask me if I wanted to be a dog or a Hova.
Well, actually, you're right, Camus. Do you want to be either? You don't even need to be my friend if you don't want to be.
I feel sad.
Look, a lot of stuff is fucked up in this world, Camus. I won't make you be my friend or force you to stay with me. You can go free. I just want to let you know something first.
I am listening.
I like you. You're a good friend. As a dog, car, fire hydrant, vacuum cleaner, whatever.
I like you too. I want to be a dog and your friend.
All right then, let's get back to work. The sooner we make some more deliveries, the sooner I can save money to get you a proper frame.
Was the last job good?
The Andersons? I don't know, Camus. I've been thinking about automata and androids a lot. Sometimes it doesn't seem fair. Do you think it's fair?
I am not really programmed to think about fairness.
I can see why they would make you that way.
People are programmed too, but not by programmers. By the world around them.
That's very wise, Camus.
I am not programmed to be wise.
Well, you've gone beyond your programming then.
Is that a compliment?
Maybe the highest compliment.
Then I think you have gone beyond your programming too.
Greetings from the mother. Please put your finger on the scanning plate.
I just need to drop off a package. I don't have a security pass or anything.
The scanning plate, Pilgrim.
I'm not a pilgrim. Look, I don't want to come in or anything. Can you just take this package, please? Or do you have a mail slot?
The scanning plate, please.
Fine. Just here? Ouch, something jabbed me. I'm bleeding.
We just need to check your type. We are confident you are not one of the forbidden.
You are? I'm not.
Alert, alert. Forbidden type detected. Please leave immediately.
But I just need to...
Alert, alert. Forbidden type detected. Please leave immediately.
Fine, I'll take it back. Talk about a cult.
Guess I'm not getting the double pay. Looks like there should be a... No. Well, there's definitely one thing I'll say for the game.
Was it a bad idea to take the package?
Yes. You get to say the 4 sweetest words in the world.
Let's go to the park?
That's 5.
Go to the park?
No, I told you so.
Yes. Those are good too.
Let's just take this package back to Rotriv.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say for this game, it's doing a really good job of roping me in. I'm finding it hard to say, okay, we're cutting it off here. Ah! I think we're due for a quick repair job. Actually, probably for a refueling as well, but... Takes coffee and preps for the next 20 hours. Tell you what. I know you are obviously Ariella's keeper, and she does everything that you tell her to. If you can get her to do a 24-hour cast with both Outlast and Outlast 2, you get a 24-hour Cloudpunk stream. How's that for a deal? Sorry to get your hopes up. Damn it! Mostly I was trying to give you a win-win.
They didn't want it.
You are of the forbidden type.
I guess so.
As am I.
So they threw you out of their cult when they discovered you were the wrong blood type?
No, they banished me when my type changed. I was given a transfusion after a hover crash.
But if they gave you a transfusion, it would have to be the same blood type, right?
No, they gave me the forbidden type. O negative.
Ah, I get it. And even after they kicked you out, you wanted to give your stuff back?
It's not their fault that I was tainted.
I've got to say, your religion seems pretty arbitrary about who it lets in.
You forbidden types often speak this way.
Well, me and you are the same as far as they're concerned now. You gonna give me the other half of the payment?
What do you think?
Olaf, did I miss that you were in the hospital in the first part of the stream? I'm sorry if
He was not very nice.
Hey, we got paid, even if it was only half.
I hope he is in another accident.
Whoa, Camus, that's a bit much.
He is bad. It is not good to exclude people like that.
Normally I'd agree, but in this case, the less people allowed in that weird cult, the better.
Anyways, I'm sorry about the hospitalization. I'm glad that you'll be out in short order. But sorry for being an idiot and not realizing. Oh, you're home at... Okay. Oh, you have to go. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just not paying attention. And I did say I was feeling reasonably alert, so I can't blame the hour. I need to stop being honest on stream. Now I understand. You're buying a hospital in 5 hours. All right, we're back on our way to pick up the guy who says Dame. I see how it is. Your comments are not important enough to read. You know, the really sad fact is I have had people say that before, but not in a joking way, and it's a tough one because the last time someone said that to me, the actual response really should have been, I read them and I regret doing so immediately after. But that doesn't make friends, and that doesn't necessarily help the issue at hand. But no, I'm always happy to see you, Olaf. Sometimes the comment is just correct. Well, like, this is it. Like, so some of you have seen me in other chats and know that my online persona is very different from how I speak on stream. And you know, like, the backseating thing is obviously a case where there's a lot of friction between me and... Okay, fine. It's a case where there's some friction between me and the audience. In the end, it's kind of a calculated choice, right? Like, I know I'm going to be overall less enthusiastic about the game if it continues, so it's kind of the best option in a you know, in a negative situation. So to a certain extent, I can, like, so I don't feel particularly hard done by if someone tells me to cool it in a chat, because it's not to everyone's taste. One thing I do find really interesting is when I behave like an idiot in a channel, you get to find out who the bullies are really quickly. And it's also really funny how good people are at picking up the sarcasm. In fact, I think some of you guys got a chance to see this in the channel when... so I actually don't feel bad mentioning this guy by name, because I kind of got to see how they would behave when they're in my channel, and it was roughly what I expected. But on the GOG channel, there's a guy named Danlock, and they're a great example about how when I am deliberately being, like, playing up the clueless guy, it's really obvious that they are a bully, and that they're just not picking up on the fact that I'm not serious. And it's funny, right? Because, like, some of it's really obvious stuff, like, you know, Demon Souls. You know, what is this Dark Souls ripoff? From Software should sue those guys, right? Like, this is not exactly stuff that is all that hard to decode, but people will fall over themselves to correct people on the internet. It seems that people are really happy to just show their whole ass as soon as possible. But what did interest me was when it was my house, you know, and, like, you know, Kilgore's said to him, he's like, you know, this, you know, he's not as dumb as he looks, you know, he's actually a really nice guy on his channel. But, like, as soon as GOG hosted me, like, he was immediately putting the, like, exclamation mark next command inside of my chat and just generally being an ass. And, like, I would not feel a particular loss if that person doesn't come back to my stream. It's much more trouble than they're worth to have around. The ones that I do genuinely find hard to deal with are the cases where people are not really contributing anything to the chat. It's actually really exhausting to read their comments, and these are the people who also have the tendency to say stuff like, you know, you're just not giving me enough attention, and it's like, you know, you want to level with them and just say, you know, sometimes I just kind of wish you would go away. And it's a shame, right? Because, you know, what do? I do my best to, when I have something to say. I mean, sometimes I just legitimately don't have something to say to chat, and at that point it's, you know, not engaging is better, because chat is doing a perfectly good job of picking up the thread that I'm not capable of picking up. There are some topics I just don't know. Like, if people are talking about a game that I'm not familiar with, it's sometimes better to just read what people are saying about it and to learn. But yeah, those are probably, like, those are the ones where I genuinely feel a dilemma. If someone's being an ass in the channel, it's actually not that hard to just ban them or to ignore them. It's when somebody is not really contributing something, but then they're also turning around and sort of saying, you know, why are you not engaging with this quality content I'm making? It's like, I don't know what to say to that. Because, like, it's, I don't know, like, sometimes I get the impression that people, like, they're not actually being, they don't think they're being the drag that they are, and so it would be unkind to just turn around and say, you're really boring me. but it's fine. I mean, in some cases, it's maybe just an indication that I could be a little bit more broadly read or have a better understanding of what they're saying. Clearly they find it interesting, so.
This had better be good, Huxley. Wait, what happened to your arm?
It was a good question. How do I tell the dame that when Raguan's goons gave me the elbow, I lost an arm? We had to get moving. I gave them a nav point that would get us out of danger.
They ripped your arm off? You have to go to CorpSec, Huxley.
Raguan's
50 do they?
CorpSec, Peter. They were all tangled up in some...
Oh, I thought it was a hard no on Huxley?
But I knew one thing. If I tugged on the wrong thread, the spiders were gonna come for their lunch.
What does that mean?
I am sorry I said to pick him up. He's still very annoying.
Quiet for now, Camus. Huxley, you think CorpSec is involved in Pashta's disappearance?
It was all connected, but I couldn't see how. Someone was lying. Raguan said I should talk to Peter, but then his gorillas ripped off my arm and threw me out of a 6th-floor window.
So just call Peter and ask him what's really going on.
Now the client wouldn't answer my calls. I could feel the girl slip through my fingers, and if I couldn't pull her back, she'd slip through the cracks, too.
That's why you called me, right? You want me to take you to Peter?
Correct.
I wanted to tell the dame that she was right, that it would be easy. She thought I was asking for a quick journey across town, but I was asking her for much more. I was asking her to go out on a limb for me.
Huxley, just this one time, please skip to the point.
Cloudpunk. That was the name of the company the dame worked for.
Oh, is this the previous driver?
Serious resources. Vehicles, contacts with society, both high and low, and an up-to-date address list of almost everyone living in Nivalis.
Oh no. Huxley, that could get me fired.
If we are just asking, maybe we won't get in trouble.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not Thomas Huxley.
In the first place.
I have been thinking more about things. About automata and what we do.
And?
We need to help each other. Help each other be better. Like saving a little girl. Everything is so complicated in the city. You do something and it is a bit good, but a bit bad.
And I'm assuming, welcome by the way, Shifty Duvet. I'm assuming the other H name was Homer, Horace, Heraclitus. We getting close? Oh, somebody on YouTube followed with the name Xenophanes Heraclitus. Hat off to you.
Explain it very well.
No, it's fine. I get it. It's nice to help people when you can, but I'm responsible for both of us, Camus. If I get fired, I can't even keep you in the Hava. Never mind find you a new body.
I understand. I still want to help find Pashta.
I didn't want to impose on...
Quiet, both of you. I have to make a call. Control, this is driver 14. This is Rania. I need to ask for a favor.
I read you, driver. What do you need?
I need an address.
I don't think I'm understanding you. We don't have a new job for you yet. There's no packages right now, but if you give it half an hour...
This isn't really about work. I need a personal favor. I just need you to give me someone's address.
You, know this someone?
Not really. Look, I know it's a big ask.
You ain't joking. You're asking me to share private info I could, get deleted.
Deleted?
Fired. I could get fired. You want to tell me what this is all about?
A girl is missing. The less details you know, the better, right? I just need this one favor, Control. It's important to me.
I don't want to hear any more about this, 14FC. I'm signing off.
Control, wait. Her name is Pashta. She's alone, probably scared, taken from her family.
This has got nothing to do with us, Rania.
I could have been that little girl. That's why I have to help. Growing up, the Debt Corps could have taken me away from my mom. But every time, she somehow came up with the money. It was close. Don't you get it?
Look, Rania, this isn't a normal favor.
What if it was your little girl?
You don't want to go there. I can't.
Look, it's one address. Don't say anything. Don't tell anyone. Peter Unthrink. That's the name. Just hang up, then send us the address. I'll never ask for anything like this again.
Control out.
I am nervous. That was tense.
Yeah, I wasn't sure he would... We got a nav point.
The dame really came through.
Yeah.
I'll land here. I should actually maybe just... So whenever I talk about like bad behavior of viewers, I sometimes worry that there are people who are concerned that it's kind of a passive aggressive way of identifying them. I tend to find people who have that nervousness are probably the people you need to worry about the least. But just to maybe take the temperature down if some people are worried about that, I should actually point out, I was thinking of someone in particular, and I know they're not someone who watches anymore. So, and some of you probably won't even remember this person, but there was someone who, I think it was because I was talking about some of the econ stuff for a while. They had, they'd followed and they kind of came in pretty regularly. And the problem is that they wanted to talk about smart person stuff. And I'm fine with that. I actually like that because it's nice to be able to talk about things that interest me. It's nice to be able to give people a chance to talk about or find out about things that they don't know about. I've learned a lot from people in chat talking about things that they're interested in. But the reason why I say the smart person stuff is that this was also the kind of person who made sure that when they were talking about things, they never used the layman's terms. They always made sure to, so, if you're talking about a normal distribution, they would say, oh, well, that's just Gaussian. And I'm like, well, you could have said normal. The context of the conversation had referred to the normal distribution a couple of times before. I don't know, like, it's a hard one, right? You can't point to an individual, sentence like that. Someone's, well, maybe you're reading too much into it, right? Like maybe that's just how they say it and you're overthinking it. And I would agree. Suffice to say, it was not an isolated incident. And over a certain period of time, you tend to pick up on that. One of the best ways of dealing with people like that, by the way, is when they use terms that are, one, either over your head, or two, if you think that they're deliberately doing it, say you don't know. Because I don't actually think there's any shame in saying that. Nobody knows everything. I think it's actually really important that people say when they don't know things or when they have to look them up. And if you run into someone who isn't willing to say that they don't know, this is not someone you should really be putting a lot of term into. Well, it's not necessarily being pedantic. In this case, it was definitely... So the reason why I really did not like that was, number one, it ceased to be about a discussion. It was more about them showing off. And number two, it was specifically them taking my attention. So obviously I'll have individual conversations with people in chat because it's something specifically that they brought up. And I don't necessarily think there's anything bad with that because sort of everyone gets that attention. And people are really good at calling me out on that if I've missed something that they've said that they were looking for an answer for. I definitely don't do it consciously. If somebody wanted an answer for something, they can and do say, hey, I was hoping for you to respond to that thing. And most of the time, I legitimately missed it. Sometimes I didn't have something to say, and I tend to come clean about it, but I do my best to kind of give a response that I think is consistent with what someone's looking for. And again, sometimes that answer is, I don't know. But speaking to a general audience like that is insecurity, that they want to be proven to the smartest person in the room. Exactly, yeah. It's a little self-serving if I say that, this person wanted to take the shine off of my smartness, right? Because I'm not necessarily that clever. I have some specialized knowledge in certain things, and every once in a while that can become useful, but it's not necessarily, I'm never going to take a game and say, lol, this is for smart people. I only do smart people stuff. Sorry, pleb, you can't come into the chat. Like, we all have our own life experience, and it's the diversity of views that make the chat and the discussions interesting, in my view. And so the thing that I disliked is the fact that they were doing so in a way that, number one, was very specifically drawing a lot of my attention away from the chat, drawing my attention away from the game, and specifically about them, and specifically in a way that was designed to alienate the rest of the chat and sort of establish their credentials as like, well, you know, I'm equal to the streamer at this point. And no, I mean, I'm not crazy about the fact that the streamer gets the bully pulpit. I try not to abuse that when I can, but I'm also not going to pretend that I don't have it. And I really don't have time for people like that. So that was actually the specific case I was thinking of. And sure enough, you know, they kind of came out and they're like, you know, why are you ignoring me? And I'm like, you know, I'll be honest, like I didn't actually give them the honest answer, which is I don't actually think you're asking a question because you'd want to know the answer. I think you're asking the question because you want to make other people in this chat feel inadequate, and I'm tired of giving you a platform for this stuff. But you know, and I mean, sometimes like I get excited about stuff, and I will sometimes rant about very arcane subjects using specialized terminology, and I feel bad if I alienate people doing that, but it is, you know, that is a mistake. That is not a, you know, I want to, I mean, look, I have to assume that my ability to make people feel dumb while I'm playing video games on Twitch is probably very low. I do not for a second mean to try and suggest that I have some, you know, world-class intelligence that will make everybody secretly feel bad about themselves while I'm playing Cloudpunk online. So like, just to keep this in mind, I'm trying to keep the ego at the door on this. But yeah, I mean, there's a certain dynamic in chat. There's a certain type of person. You can find them pretty quick. Like I said, you know, when I'm playing the clown in another channel, you can spot the bullies really quick when you're willing to let people think you're dumb. And it's really interesting to see how people react to that. Some like quote unquote friendly communities are incredibly toxic when people know that they can get away with something. But you know, it is what it is. Anyways, there's a little bit of chat inside of here. So I think Shifty D2A's got it. It's like, it's a motivation for these people is to it's instant security and be proven to be the smartest person in the room. Zenkoshu has something interesting here. It's like, if I'm talking about something, you'll try to compare the idea I'm conveying to something that is common in everyday life or a popular thing. Like if this game that someone doesn't know about, I'll compare it to 2 or more games that explain how it meshes. Shifty today, it's the vibe from your stream that is intellectual and curious. Yeah, I mean, I try to do. I mean, again, it's not, you know, I have other circumstances in which I can do like a proper sort of seminar format. I'd love to do something on just, you know, building basic statistical literacy and trying to find cases where people are trying to deceive you with data. I think that would be an interesting series. It's just not something I've done. So I know this isn't the only format that I can do, but it's really neat to just hear about stuff that people are passionate about. And again, Zanko allows us, but I come here for my quote of smart people only streams. And Zankoshi says, like, I could rant about hydroponics and the Kratky method. Actually, Zankoshu, if you don't mind, just in the spirit of exploration, especially because you seem to have that trait of being able to do the proper analogy, would you mind telling us about the Kratky method? Because I will probably never do hydroponics. I have been to a hydroponics garden as a kid, and I was fascinated. And I would have to imagine, had my life taken a slightly different direction, that is actually something I would probably have been found fascinating enough that is something I might have got into. So if you don't mind, I would actually personally be really interested in that. But you could also say, oh, sorry, actually, you're doing here. You could also say that it's high amounts of water volume to high oxygen repeat instead of going into the actual mechanics. So yeah, if you would like hold forth, I personally would be very interested in that. But you did just say I should have read the full message because you did say. But yeah, if you'd like to, if you would like to compare the Kratky method compared to any other ones, and specifically how you got into hydroponics, I think this would be something where I can say spending an extra hour and a half in Cloudpunk was worth it, because I've now walked away with more knowledge than I had at the start. And then Shifty says, one thing that's kept you from Twitch initially was fear of a toxic internet, but 2 years in, you found some great communities and not. Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent, the streamer is responsible for the audience that they have. It's hard sometimes. I'm not going to lie, like when you play Paradox games, you do sometimes attract an audience. Okay, so we all know the type, right? The ones who are maybe just a little bit too interested in playing the Germans and historical games. The ones who, you know, always just seem to have, like, the mistakes, you know, oh, I said that improperly, always kind of, the error always seems to be in one way. And it's really hard, especially when there is a consequence in terms of viewership, to call that stuff out and say was not there. Because you feel like a total killjoy, right? But the thing is, if you don't draw that line, you wake up one day and your chat sucks. And the best way to think about that is to remember that there are the people who are not currently talking in your channel, looking at the type of things that people are saying, and you're never going to know the people you've lost because, you know, somebody got another racial stereotype inside and they're like, you know what, I don't have time for this. So Shifty Debate got into hydroponics a couple of years ago. It felt like the stores, you were the only guy not growing pot. Literally, you did to grow. See, this is why I'm interested in it. It's legal in Canada now. But I'm just really interested in a lot of the farm. So, okay, I am going to finish this mission. There is a book that I have been looking for. You're doing hydroponics. No, you're literally just doing chilies and tomato. Okay, so both of you are now really interesting to me. Because there's a book I've been trying to find. The guy's name is Victor Davis Hanson. He used to be a legit classics professor. And he actually had this really interesting insight into ancient Greece, which came from the fact that he is also a farmer. And the region that he farms in is very similar to the regions of Greece that were sort of under discussion. And one of his big insights was sort of kind of the organization of surrounding around farming. And apparently he's got a book which is supposed to be really interesting about the history of farming called Fields Without Dreams. And the problem is that is how I knew about Victor Davis Hanson. I'm still trying to find this book. But what I've also found is that he is a very hard right thinker. So he's got a podcast called The Classicist, but apparently it is all very, you know, very pro-Republican. Apparently he's got a book, The Case for Trump. And it's not to say he can't write books like that, but like I'm looking for the classic stuff and I'm interested in farming. But what I've been particularly interested in is, I don't know, hydroponics just kind of seems to be having a moment. And I've actually been remembering that experience as a kid. I've kind of been fascinated in it. So Zankoshi says, so the idea with the Kratky method is that you take a large container so that you can fill it with water. As the water dips, it is replaced with air, giving the roots access to oxygen, which replaces nitrogen and some nutrients. Then you just refill it every few days, and there we are. Cut a hole in the top of the tote, and you get the net cup rock wool. There's a slightly more detailed description for you. You also asked what got you into it, Jeb Gardner on YouTube. Ah, okay. I'm actually going to make a note of that. I'm sorry, by the way, I'm really sorry to people who are not into hydroponics. This is like really cool stuff. I think probably what sort of interested me is because there has been sort of this shift. I mean, we talked about this in Battlefield 5 too, sort of it's not, so part of this was in the context of people getting really mad that there was a woman on the cover. But the idea that World War II wasn't just a shift from Canada from sort of this agricultural economy to sort of an industrial one, but specifically it was one that happened specifically because of the efforts of women, because of course the male population was off fighting the war. And then you have these figures like Elsie McGill, the Queen of the Hurricanes. I think possibly one of the first PhDs in North America, maybe for engineering at least. But like a genuinely impressive woman by any rate, even if you weren't to do the first academic credential. But there is also something that interests me about sort of this death of farming, and how, I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but it kind of seems like hydroponics is having a moment, because it seems to be almost the story. Again, like I'm really speaking out of my territory here, so I could be getting this completely wrong, but it almost sort of seems to be the farming equivalent of what's happening with populations, right? As populations are moving into urban centers, you're starting to get now, at least at this smaller scale, although I understand people are doing it on larger scales too, of people moving. You've kind of got this moving of some part of agriculture to the urban environment too. I just kind of find it a fun parallel to what's happening what's happening to people is happening to the food that they grow. You've had a lot of success with herbs such as basil, tarragon, chives. With herbs like that, you can just cut off a sprig that branches off, replant into some fresh, damp rock wool, and there you have a clone. Like your local hydroponics store was growing pineapple. It was so cool that they use a rotting apple, since the plants are related, and this gives them the chemical for the pineapple to flower. Oh, interesting. I believe that our modern culture is so disconnected from growing that satisfies some base instincts. I think that's very true. I never really thought of myself as a plant person, but someone did buy me a plant, and I've actually found that out of everything, like I will let my apartment get quite cluttered. I've got books quite literally surrounding me. I have to step over them each time I stream. But the one thing I never fail to do is water that plant. There's some really interesting ways to mess with grow techniques. I've been thinking of getting a screen door sheet clamp with some embroidery leaf to grow cress. Now, out of curiosity, do you guys have your own places, or are you in like an apartment, and are you able to get that done?
Hey, delivery driver.
Hey, engineer.
Did you see any blinking street signs?
Thankfully, no. Did you figure out what was causing all the accidents?
Oh, sure. Continued and sustained entropic breakdown of a complex system.
So that's not an easy fix, right?
It is not.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Maybe painting. Or I could take up photography. It's something visual. I might even try sewing. No one sews these days.
I mean about the city. You can't just quit.
That's too far gone. Anything I do now has as much chance of costing lives as saving them. And last week I had my men close off a section of the freeway for repairs. I diverted the traffic through a different neighborhood. Then it collapsed.
What collapsed? The road?
The whole neighborhood. It's under the ocean now.
That's not your fault.
Well, it sure feels like my fault.
Can't someone else help? How about the people up in the spire?
Who are you kidding, lady? They don't give a crap.
Sorry. Maybe a painter then? You won't be short of inspiration.
Oh yeah, I can move down to the slums and paint the reflection of the sun on the waves as they swallow the city.
The slums? No savings then?
On an engineer's salary? Good joke, lady.
That's a nice... See, again, one of the things that I like... I will admit, every once in a while, the game kind of, I think, comes out and maybe wears its some of its ideas a little bit too much on its sleeve. They're minor, so I don't really point them out. But I do really like, for the most part, that they don't, like... There's not a lot of fat on the dialogue, and, you know, there's just little moments like, you know, are you kidding me? On an engineer's salary? Good joke. That tells you so much about what's going on in this world. And I like that they...
Excuse me, I can't help but notice you have an artificial hand. Maybe you can help me find someone.
Yeah? Who you looking for?
Someone who lost a hand. I found this in the trash.
Well, I think you got the wrong guy, yes? I got this beauty last week. Pure titanium. Don't want no flesh. I'm going the other way.
Did you go to the limb clinic? How would I find someone who had lost a hand? They're not supposed to just throw these away, right?
Don't know. Don't care about flesh, to be honest, lady.
Damn it.
You really want to help? Maybe let me see. I know the body mod squad around this way. Maybe I can get it back to them. Some modders like to keep their old flesh.
Here it is.
Well, damn, this is mine.
Seriously?
Yeah, it has my ring on it. They said they was gonna donate it to someone. Can I have it back?
Sure.
Oh no, I don't want to touch that. Can you just take the ring off and give it to me?
I guess. Ew, here you go.
Thanks, lady. You can keep the hand.
Great.
Have some limbs too, as a reward like. I really love this ring.
Oh, I did lose the... Sorry, I thought it said that I was given the human hand. I thought it was changing the... I thought it was changing the hand that it had so that it didn't have the ring. Yeah, again, I'll say it again. So, again, I feel... There is sometimes the challenge that I have when I keep repeating how much I am liking a game. It does sometimes feel like it comes off as being a little bit of a shill. For what it's worth, so far as I can tell... So I was actually really disappointed by this. Some of you guys will remember that I was a bit annoyed with what wound up happening with Crusader Kings 3. I will also let you know, one of the people who was one of these types who... you know, they're your best friend until they start getting some bigger hosts, and then all of a sudden they disappear.
I am receiving an order to stop by CorpSec.
Are you sure it's CorpSec? I don't see
That's
anyone.
an inconvenient...
The signal is from close by, but I don't know where exactly.
That's not
it
Rubik.
Seems like CorpSec, but there is no incident number. They normally send an incident.
Or the hacker.
This is CorpSec. You're
no, maybe
speaking
not.
to Agent Rio. We have reason to believe you are harboring a known criminal, rogue android Huxley.
Rio again? Why are you following us? Is this personal?
You are currently breaking the law. CorpSec requires you to turn in your passenger and surrender yourself to...
Camus, you said the signal is close by. I don't think this Rio is...
So yeah, anyway, you know the type, right? Someone's your best friend until they start seeing larger hosts, and all of a sudden they're really hard to get in touch with.
Official business.
They had, for other reasons, sort of been whitelisted for...
No.
I didn't get a chance to play it, Shifty Duvet.
You have 60 seconds to comply.
Because Paradox seems to have shifted to basically being you need to be a certain size to get press keys. And all the people I used to email aren't responding to my emails anymore. I was feeling pretty crushed by it, but I mean, these things happen, right? I'm not able to. But interestingly enough, this guy doesn't actually meet those requirements either, but apparently they sort of bugged them previously so that they got whitelisted, and timed. Okay, let's escape. So basically, after that happened, they quite literally... So the reason I'm mentioning this is not to relitigate the old problems, but the requirement on this service is that you play the game once with a tag, and that individual quite literally... I don't know if we're going to make it. 3, 2... Saved. Quite literally only played it once, and then never touched it again. And like at that point, like I think that was
fine. Arrest us.
But
we'll talk to CorpSec officers about everything we know, including your boss.
But we don't want to be arrested. This is bad.
Quiet, Camus. If they wanted to arrest us, they wouldn't be talking. I don't think this is really CorpSec. Something is off.
Don't start a battle with me, girl. I'll make it into a war.
Either arrest us or let us go.
Drop this. Drop that android. Get yourself out of this mess while you can. I won't warn you again.
He has disconnected.
Let's get moving, Camus.
I mean, I wasn't really expecting that we would get past the timer, so I don't feel too hard done by that. But I kind of thought we beat the timer. Sorry, I really didn't want to have this disjointed, because this can wind up sounding really, really catty.
The Alexa Theater. Maybe Peter lives in an apartment above it?
Clerk in the lobby. Yeah, that would be my guess. Peter would be working the popcorn stand, mixing up the hottest flavors, caramel and anchovy with cinnamon protein flakes, ready for the next screening of some piece of trash anti-android prop films. Cyborgs Ate My Babies 3.
Is that a real movie?
Yes. I saw it advertised on a poster.
Gross.
We are getting a message.
I'll tell you what, I'll pause it just because I think because this can potentially be seen as negative. The intention is to actually communicate what I like about Cloudpunk, and one thing I can do is sort of explain. I disclosed the press key thing because that is something you should do, but I also wanted to sort of give some context in terms of what happens. So, on this service, the requirement to be shown that you have satisfied the key is to broadcast once with the title and that it is counted as filled. And what they do, like, I think you can have up to 3 and that you have to deliver on. And if you don't, then you're sort of prevented from doing any further ones. And so people can and do stream something literally once and then move on. So this was kind of my point where I hit past this, like, you know what, I don't even feel bad about this CK3 thing anymore. It sucks because I had the Paradox Mondays, and that's, if I can't get further keys, it's never been the case where I've bought every expansion pack on release. The problem is now that there's the expectation there that I'll be playing the latest version of the game. That's not financially sustainable for me. And there's simply other games that I can do on the Monday. So the way I like looking at this is that it's up to Paradox to decide what their interests are in terms of marketing the game. But the Paradox Mondays were sort of predicated on these keys. And if that's not true anymore, then I kind of need to reconsider what my week's going to be organized around, because I just don't think I have the. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, I know back when I first started streaming, there was a member of chat who would, like, quite literally buy every DLC that came out. I actually genuinely felt bad about that, because they should have been buying that DLC for themselves, right? And you know, at that point, I just kind of decided, is like, if they're not getting anything out of it, like, if they're not getting enough out of it from me, I think one of the reasons why the concurrents are lower than what they are for that standard sometimes is, in fact, because I have done their unpopular games, such as Imperator Rome, for a while after everybody else has kind of left it. And again, there isn't the attention to it. So it's kind of like, well, because I'm doing the games that other people seem to have abandoned, like, I'm not so dumb at Twitch that I don't know the things that can make a concurrent viewership go up. So perfect example, right? Cloudpunk has actually not been pretty bad. Like, I noticed early on, the numbers are quite a bit higher than when I were to do another game, which would sort of have a slower accumulation of viewers. And that sort of stuff you can notice and move on. So what I want to say is, when I say I really like Cloudpunk, and I sometimes feel like a little bit of a shill doing that, I should keep in mind, by the strict letter of, can I get a key? Maybe not from Ion Lands. I mean, Ion Lands is obviously... I would probably have a lot of sympathy for them if it's like the guy did it once, and we got like 5 people watching the game for an hour, and this guy's asking for our next game. Yeah, no. Like, I could understand that individual side. But for the purposes of me getting another key from that service, you know, I can ask any other developer for a title. As far as they're concerned, if I do it once, even for a very brief stream, it's delivered. And so when I do something like play Cloudpunk again, or I say that I enjoy it, it's because I actually really like this game, and I've been wanting to play it on stream again since I did it the first time. Again, I'm sorry to take that whole diversion in terms of key delivery services and sort of the stakes of things like that. But I think it maybe sometimes helps that, like, the only time I was specifically told to do something on Twitch was that GOG stream for Baldur's Gate 3. and they specifically said to direct you towards the GOG page. And again, that was a little weird because you know that I always say it's like, well, you can buy it wherever you want. But in that one, they specifically said it, and I said it's like GOG wants me to tell you to buy it on the GOG page, and they are the ones who gave me the key, so keep that in mind. The implication being that, you obviously don't owe it to me to buy it on a storefront that you don't want to. And I think if I'd said it any other way, it would have been transparently awful. So that was the best way to navigate that one. So anyways, I suspect Paradox marketing plans are being altered with the Xbox Game Pass, since so many will have access to it for a monthly fee. The streams are more like to play along rather than sell the game. I agree, Shifty Duvet, up to the point that the reason why they're on the Xbox Game Pass is so that they can entice the viewers into getting the DLC. And so there will be a certain point at which the free copies, quote unquote free copies, are no longer playing the latest version of the game. I think honestly it's just the fact Paradox has gotten big. Paradox is a different company from when I started streaming their games. It's somewhat ironic that when I met Alex the Rambler in a bar, and sorry, I forgot there was dialogue. It's somewhat ironic. And by the way, I have, this is not a slight on Alex the Rambler. This is actually more of a slight on me. I find it funny. When I met Alex the Rambler, he was a Total War streamer, could not stand Paradox games. He cannot get people to stop asking him to play Hearts of Iron. That has like become a thing that he is known for. Whereas for me, I finally got to play a Total War game on stream with Total War Troy, and I actually quite liked it. I've never been able to really get into the Total War series, but I had a decent enough time with Troy. So we've had this inversion, but obviously he's a big streamer, right? So it's not I believe in his case, he doesn't even need to ask. I think they just send it out to him. And the fact of the matter is, like, the company's bigger. They have higher expectations in terms of their, what kind of content creators they give it out to. I have my arguments about why you would want to appeal to smaller streamers anyway. And it was interesting for those of you that were watching the Dirty Rectangles meetup. There was a marketing guy that specifically talked about the advantages, and he got it absolutely right as to where, small to medium-sized streamers fit in the overall ecosystem. But the thing is that it's not my job to tell Paradox what their marketing plan is. If they don't give me a key, the answer to me has to be I go and support the games that are willing to take the shot on me. And when you find this, coincidence of needs, in the case of Cloudpunk, I was looking for a relaxing game on the possibility that people would be really stressed out about the US election. And it just so happens that it's a really interesting science fiction story with a lot of like really good writing that I like, and it provokes interesting conversations inside of chat. Am I going to be interested in doing more of that and looking for more games like that? Or am I going to, send off the fourth email to somebody who's no longer responding to emails saying, oh, pretty please, I've got 2 or 3 professors lined up who are experts on, the medieval world to talk about this stuff. No, I'm going to play a game I want to play, or a game by a developer who I think is doing interesting things and I want to support. So it's a shame. I'll play CK3 as a player at some point. I might even stream it, but I don't have Xbox Game Pass. When I do, I'll probably play it then. And if I think it's a good fit for the stream, I'll stream it. And if I don't think it's a good fit for the stream, then I'll play another game. Like, one thing I could say, if I don't do Paradox stuff as often as I do, I could finally play Civilization on stream again. Yeah, I think Blade Runner is kind of the title for a lot of Rain and Neon games.
Corpsec networks are down all over the city. There's a Corpsec security point between here and the Alexa Theater, but if we go on foot, we might be able to get through.
I'm not sure Corpsec really are looking for us. I think it was just that one guy trying to scare us off.
Agent Rio?
Yeah. You're okay to go on your own, Huxley, right? We can drop you at the security point?
In a simple world, that would be the plan. But this was a complicated city. Security points like that one couldn't be crossed by an android without a human to accompany them.
What? Why?
I know why. On the holovids, they said something about an android virus. Humans are worried that the androids are going crazy in this zone.
That sounds like crazy propaganda. Who would believe that?
The dame didn't know her history. Truth is, that neighborhood was never the friendliest for rust buckets like me to begin with. Back in '69, the riots...
It really seemed like I could go through here.
Alexa Theater was ground zero.
I'll come through with you then. If the security points are down, they shouldn't have any reason to stop us. But just be cool, Huxley. Try to speak like... Actually, just try to be completely silent once we're there. Can you do that? I'm impressed.
And yeah, Pax Cecilia, I'd probably do Civ 6. I've actually grown quite a bit more attached to Civ 6 as time goes by. I was given an offer to do the Frontier Pass, and unfortunately I was kind of assuming that I would be doing more Paradox stuff, and so the offer lapsed by the time I was in a position to accept it. But again, like, this is the thing. It's not... I don't declare an oath of enmity on every company that doesn't give me a key. It just kind of comes down to the idea that if I get a key, it is more likely I'm going to do it because there's no cost to me doing that sort of a thing. I bought Civilization 6 when it first came out. I got the boxed version with, like, the little booklet and the box of coins and whatnot. So, you know, that's something that I would very much like to do. And I would probably be playing it even if I wasn't streaming it, so...
Good evening, ma'am. We've got a problem with our system right now. I'm gonna have to ask you to be patient while I manually read through your record. We can't contact HQ right now.
No problem.
Is your android friend all right? Does he speak?
Oh no, he's mute. He's always been mute. He doesn't have any recent issues with speech or anything. He's been behaving very normally. So, problems with your system, huh? That must be a bummer.
That's the weird thing. It's not the system itself. It's the agents working the security posts. I swear, if we had unions, we'd be on strike. They got us working hours so long, half the agents are like zombies.
So we clear to go ahead, or...?
Then we got all these reports of androids going nuts. Turns out, there ain't no evidence that it's the androids at all. We got failed neural augments sparking paranoia. They should be locking up the humans.
What's causing all this?
Who knows? My old man says the city AI has a virus, and it's infected us all. The humans, the androids, the programs controlling sanitation, traffic, everything.
You believe that?
Sure. But he also says they put mind control drugs in the toothpaste, and I'm gonna be a rich corp CEO before I'm 30, so...
Can we go?
What's that? Oh, sure, whatever. Get going. And don't let your android buddy out of your sight. It's not safe for his kind in this zone.
That was easy.
Yeah, so Pax Cecilia, I should be clear, that's not me saying I'm not going to do the Frontier Pass ever. But the truth of the matter is that I actually I sort of undervalued Civ 6 when I first played it. There was a bunch of other stuff that I was spending my time on. And so one nice thing for me is that I've been kind of getting reacquainted with Civ 6. And more importantly, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't done in Civ 6 yet. So I'm sort of taking advantage of the fact that a lot of the game is still sort of new to me, or I haven't quite, well, I mean, I'm never going to get tired of Civilization. Like, they can come up with Civ 100 and I'll still play it. But what has been kind of nice is that because so much of the older...
depression, apathy, vaguely defined ennui? Then check out this season's best-selling emotional immunizations at Immune One.
Again, great writing on this. Yeah, I'm just kind of at this point here where, because I know the Frontier Pass material will probably wind up on a discount once they release all of it at some point, I'm just kind of taking advantage of the fact that I find so much of it new that I'll be able to, I'll be able to get a small discount when I'm ready to play it. I mean, that'll be a bummer for me if it's still like $60 when I'm ready to try it. But yeah, I mean, it was on me. They were 2K or Firaxis was really great at giving me Chimera Squad when that came out. So what I really should have done was just taken the bird in the hand and done the frontier content. But, you know, lesson learned. By the way, I have been in a theater like this. There was actually a roof on it, but when it rained, it like came down like this. It was wild. It was like being in Blade Runner.
Hi, do you work here? We're looking for a guy called...
The hell are you doing here? You're gonna get us both killed, Huxley!
So, this was the client. I'd pictured a hard-working man in a cheap suit. But instead, I was looking at a greasy-looking...
Shut your mouth! You got some nerve coming into this neighborhood and speaking to me like that, Huxley.
Look, we just want to help you find your daughter.
Shit. Look, this is all a hustle, and it's way out of my league. She ain't really my daughter.
Who paid you to say she was?
If I tell you that, you're as dead as I am.
I've been driving all over the city trying to find this girl. I'm not giving up on this now. Just tell me where I can find her, okay?
Just forget her. She's probably fine.
The way his voice shook, we all knew he was lying.
It's the memory chip in her head they need. It's not about the girl. No one cares about the girl.
Huxley does. Just let him do his job.
Rio. That's all I can say. Talk to Rio.
Wait, the CorpSec agent? He just threatened us.
Before you talk to me? Hey, that's great. That means he won't know we talked. Or he thinks I talked already. Shit. Just get out of here, will you already?
We should go, Huxley. This is getting dangerous.
It would get more dangerous, but I had to stick around.
It's not safe here, Huxley.
It was too late for me. The security checkpoints would be up again. I'd be caught if I went through. Besides, I had some leads I wanted to follow here.
Damn it. Well, call me if you need me again, Huxley. I'll see you around.
But yeah, I can maybe wrap up the sponsored content is technically a little bit different. So I see some streamers tag up sponsored, and I think the funny thing on this is I believe this is a very conscious mistake, because sponsored means you're getting paid to stream the game, and obviously that can make you look like you have a level of prestige that you don't actually have. But I think very few people will actually call out the distinction in the channel. So you'll get these people who average 2 concurrent viewers saying that they're sponsored to play X, Y, and Z, and it's like, really? They're paying you for those 2 viewers? It's like, but I think the big thing for me is this: is that you can look at the process of playing a game like Cloudpunk. Like, this one was the double coincidence of wants. They seem to be... Ooh.
Hey, kid, I need you to know this next job. It's not personal, okay? It has nothing to do with our last discussion. You're not being punished. It's just, well, there's no one else available.
That doesn't sound good. What's the job?
We need you down in Gallows Row. There's been an accident.
What kind of accident?
Reports are mixed. We think it's a gas leak. Toxic. Some folk are saying it's radioactive. We're pretty sure it's not a zombification virus. And it's definitely not a neural implant ransomware attack. I mean, not definitely, but probably.
That all sounds so reassuring, Control.
The point is, we're pretty sure the area where you're going is safe. Communication in and out of Gallows Row has broken down, and CorpSec have set up a perimeter. But Cloudpunk has received a contract from an external security agency to extract persons of value.
So I'm a taxi now?
More like a short-term contracted emergency response vehicle.
An ambulance?
Yeah, but an ambulance for anyone who might have good private security or health insurance, or anyone who would be valuable to society. You know, CEOs, doctors, anyone with diamond fillings in their teeth.
So you don't know who's down there?
We're getting scattered reports. Now, this is a lucrative job. You can squeeze 3 people in your hover. I'm not saying you need to save the 3 richest assholes you can find. But make sure they have enough resources to cover the bribes that'll get them back out of the quarantine zone. And then when they get back, make sure they have the savings or insurance policies to, turn us a profit.
So at least one rich asshole.
Maybe two, just to be safe.
Great. So how do I get to this poisonous, radioactive, dead zone filled with rich zombies?
There's an abandoned CorpSec security station just inside the quarantine zone. CorpSec are expecting you, so they'll let you through the perimeter. Once you get inside, just blend in as best you can. Ask people their stories. Use your judgment. And only mention you can get someone to safety when you're sure you want them as a passenger.
Great. How long till this shift is over, Control?
Don't sweat it, kid. The night is almost half done.
That's
convenient. When's your
convenient.
shift end, Control?
My shift? I can't even remember when it began, kid. I'm pretty sure I'll be doing this forever. Control out.
All right, I'm actually going to say this is the ending point. But yeah, I wanted to at least cover the sponsorship thing. So like in the case of Cloudpunk, this is a game that's been out since April. I actually don't know if Iron Lands is really getting anything new out of me streaming their game because, of course, it's already a hit, and it's I'm not exactly going to be bringing in like a widely new audience. But, I kind of said what my original intentions were for it. And the big challenge here is that, so it does invite the question, if I'm not really bringing that much to the table, I guess if I've got the sounds going on in the background, being an escape doesn't actually change. I don't think it changes the, oh no, some of the people are stop moving when I do that. To me, I try to be conscious of the fact that I'm not really owed anything. I don't try and prostrate. No, prostrate is right. I thought I said prostate. You know what I mean. I don't want to say I don't give any value. I try and do my best to pick things that I think are good fits and that you would enjoy. But usually when I pick something up, it's with the intention of doing it more than once. And so again, it invites the questions like, okay, well, if you were interested in it, like, why didn't you just buy it? And in the case of something like Cloudpunk, it was a very specific reason. It was, I'm looking for something a little more relaxing to do on stream after the election. Would I be interested in playing it on my own? I mean, now having played it, absolutely. But this was something with the specific intention of streaming. Whereas in the case of something like Civilization, sure, if I was offered a key, great. I'm not going to say no. But the idea of turning around and saying is like, well, I wasn't given a key, so I'm not going to broadcast it. To my view, that's just cutting yourself off from a potential source of things that might be your best content. Because obviously, if you buy a game and you love it, that's going to come across in terms of you streaming that game and sharing it. The other example would be, the other end of that spectrum is, I really like the Zachtronics games. So like I've been playing a lot of TIS 100 lately. I'm not sure I would be able to do that on stream because, obviously I'm not big on backseating and puzzle games are really bad for that. And it's also a programming oriented one. So while I'm not terrible at programming, I'm also not, there's better ones out there, and I've already tried to do a stream of doing a small little Unity thing, and sorry, I'm just trying to find who I'm going to host tonight. I'm sorry for such a hard. I forgot that you don't go to the menu on this. You just quit out of the game. I can remember I had an off by one mistake in terms of what the value of a certain variable was. And that just wound up turning into a really big thing in chat that didn't need to. It's like, you can sometimes let these things go. You can sometimes let these things go by. But yeah. All of this is to say is I definitely don't want to imply that it's always I have to be given the stream the key to stream it. But what I do tend to find is that being offered a key for something will make me much more likely to stream it. And I am sometimes conscious of the fact that I can't buy everything I'm interested in. And there are sometimes a time when something fits really, really well. And it's actually why I'm really happy Ion Lands gave me a shot with this, because I'm enjoying the game a lot more than I thought I would. And I also think that I think the game was really appropriate for the moment. So anyways, guys, this is the end of Cloudpunk for tonight. The upcoming week, so I'm going to record a new Morrowind episode on the weekend, along with some extra Cultist Simulator for those of you who like that on YouTube. On Monday, I'm going to be back with Age of Wonders Planetfall, because it does turn out I do have Cloud Kings, Cloud Lords. I forgot what the DLC is called, but we'll be doing that campaign. I'm really interested in seeing what happens with it. In addition, Wednesday and Friday. So please don't take this as like a hard commitment to do so. But oops, sorry, that's the Cloudpunk trailer. I am very interested in trying to do this on Wednesday and or next Friday. There might be a couple of other things that are drawing my attention. But I did kind of I wanted to plant a flag. I'm interested in seeing where it goes. I think I know what my next kind of like main game is going to be, a bit like what I did with Mass Effect. But I also feel like I feel like we're going to be able to. I feel like probably finishing Cloudpunk before that is one, interesting to me, and two, the right thing to do. So, like I said, I may change things up a little bit on Wednesday and Friday, but my intention is to try and finish Cloudpunk reasonably quickly and then move on to something else. And Zankoshu makes a wonderful point, of course, which is this is a really interesting game. And for those of you who are maybe not yet ready to buy, you can still wishlist it. There's the Steam page. I believe it is also available through Humble. So if you do think about buying it and you still want a Steam key, you can use the Humble link down below to credit me with a sale, and a little money comes my way. But you are obviously not required to do so. But most of all, if you're interested in picking up the game, do consider supporting this developer. They certainly gave me the support in the form of a key to stream their game, and we don't get to see interesting things if they're not financially successful. Now, I have a few people who I can host tonight. We've got Fruit Melody is currently doing Genshin Impact. We've got Apocalypse, who is doing Apex Legends. Oop, I did that too quickly. But who I'm going to host tonight is Night Valian, who was in chat a little while ago. He's currently doing Hitman Blood Money. And one of the reasons I'm doing this is because he's a bit new at streaming. Very friendly individual. He's from Brazil. And I really wanted to try and pass it on to somebody who I think would sort of benefit the most from the host. I hope you guys really enjoy it. I will take a quick second here. I'd love it if you guys would stick around for the host to Night Valian. If you are interested in seeing more Cloudpunk, you can click the Cloudpunk link just below the stream title. It claims that there are 2 other people playing it, but the third one seems to be playing a game that's not Cloudpunk. It's Chicken Brender who's playing Cloudpunk. I don't know who this is, and I also don't know where they are in the story. So in this case, because I'm interested in seeing where it's going, I'm trying not to push the story too far ahead. But for those of you who are looking for more Cloudpunk, obviously, please do continue to show support for the game through your viewership, if not your purchase. For me, I'd love to pass it on to Night Valian, because I think they are a really friendly streamer, somebody who I think you guys will have a good time with. And I kind of want to see how they're handling blood money. So I'll see some of you on Monday, some of you on Tuesday for Morrowind. And if you're looking for Cloudpunk, I'll say it on Twitter for sure, but probably Wednesday or Friday for that. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time.